Okay, for the committee, because we're about ready to go ahead here, for the committee, I have an announcement. The schedule for getting bills out of committee has been moved, and the first session day will be on February the 15th. The date that all bills had to be reported out, early bills, was the 17th. Because of now that session day is on the 15th, the date for us to get early bills out is the 10th at noon. So yeah, great is right. We've heard most of our early bills. We have 15 early bills. And I believe the schedule we have set up, we can get that. We have just about a full day and a half to take care of execing 15 bills. That should not be an issue. If those that are looking to do amendments can get those amendments done prior to that particular day. I understand there's times when we're in session or in an executive session, and we all concur we need an amendment to this because it's basically got some good stuff in it. That we can take care of. But if you have something that you're working on, try and get it going right now. I had a chat with Anthony this morning, and he encouraged us to try and get things done as quickly as possible in terms of amending language. Are there any questions? Yes, we do. Let me, of course, you note that executive sessions may follow on any bill any day. But if you look at January the 25th, that is a Tuesday. We have one bill at the top of the schedule there, 1660, which is an early bill. But then we have, following an executive session on pending legislation may be held throughout the day. We will be going into executive session on the 25th. There's absolutely no question we will be doing that. We got to, on the 25th of January. Then there is another one, date that I have. I don't believe it's in this calendar. Now let's see if I've got that too, which I do. Yes, okay. It would be on the, yes, on the 9th, we have that day set aside for execing all day on the 9th of February. And I had the 10th originally set for execing all day, but now we've been told we have half a day. So at this point in time, we have those days set aside, although we have some other days where we're hearing only like 5 bills on February the 8th. So that gives us opportunity to have exec sessions there. As we get closer to those dates, I will let you know. Yes? Yeah, I think if you talk to Dave, he can tell you where to find that. There's a search there where you can pick all that up. Yeah. Okay, with that, I'd like to go ahead with our first hearing for today. That's HB 1632, Relative Civil Rights Education in Public Elementary and Secondary Schools. Welcome, Representative.
Thank you. Touch it, right? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. My name is Jordan Ullery, Hillsborough 37, Hudson and Pelham, and I'm here to introduce the bill referenced 1632 FN, although the FN is a minuscule amount of $27,000, $28,000, something like that. At any rate, I'm happy to join with you today in what I hope is the beginning of a new approach to teaching race relations in New Hampshire. My background, as some of you may know, comes from northern Indiana, large Amish population in the town where I was raised, and my grandparents lived just up the street, as it were, as say up here, in Elkhart. My other grandparents, my maternal grandparents, lived in Harlan, Kentucky. If you look up Harlan, Kentucky, you'll see the appellation Bloody Harlan. And there's a reason for that, both the Cold Wars and the unions, and there were some other incidents that took place. That's where I first began as a young child in the 60s, 50s and 60s. I hate to say 50s. Being related to race relations. It was kind of interesting to ask my father why there were 2 drinking fountains at the county courthouse. I had no idea why. I didn't understand it. That experience carried me forward. This last summer, I ran into a gentleman by the name of Dr. Matthew Daniels, who talked about this particular program. This program has already been adopted in several states and is being considered in another 15 or 20 states for this term. Texas, Georgia, the Dakotas, Colorado, right off the top of my head. It's interesting that the Dakotas are thinking of it because 2 of my classmates who are twins, one was in North Dakota and one was in South Dakota, have the same office that we hold as state representatives, although they get paid more, or got paid more. They've retired now. One of the things that stuck with me from my childhood was the fact that Dr. King was able to take a potentially violent situation, a potentially confrontational situation, and reduce it down to what I was being taught in my school at the time and in my church, that we treat each other as individuals. His I Have a Dream speech encapsulates that very well when he speaks about the fact that he has a dream someday that his children will be judged by the quality of their character, not by the color of their skin. And we need to get back to that, I think, nationwide, to talk about who the person is, not whether they're black, green, brown, orange, whatever, that which is superficial. Dr. Daniels has worked with Ambassador Young and several other leaders in the historical black colleges and university community to develop this program for high school students, and it can be adopted for kindergarten right on through. It was originally sponsored by, I have a handout there from McGraw-Hill, but now 2 other primary school publishers have joined onto this program as well to have their own types of these. Now, I don't think I need to go through the credentials of Ambassador Young, a pretty courageous man in his youth, and he's now 93 and he's still fighting, which is something I think several of us can aspire to. Well, let me talk about Dr. Daniels for half a second. He's got his JD, he's got a PhD. He grew up in Spanish Harlem. He received full scholarship to Dartmouth College. So it's appropriate that he wants to try and get this program back into New Hampshire, to use this program. Now, if you take a look at your global perspective that was handed out, it's the paperclip copy with this at the top. You have a background of the entire program and how it is going to operate and what the guides are there. I don't pretend to be an expert in education, but I do know a good program when I see it. The people talk about Dr. King and his ideals and his mission. I want a program like that to be taught to my grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen for a while. But anyway, when it does, I hope that they have that kind of education to teach people to appreciate one another and not to classify them by political party or skin color or hair color, although there are some good jokes that go with that. But you know, this is why this bill has been introduced. Now, it's particularly important that we consider what Dr. King had to say about this here in New Hampshire. From his I Have a Dream speech, he says, "Let us not seek to satisfy our thirst for freedom by drinking from the cup of bitterness or hatred. We must ever conduct our struggle on the high plane of dignity and discipline." He goes on further to remind us that freedom entails respect for one another. And then he implores us to let freedom ring from the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire. So I think this type of legislation here in New Hampshire is eminently appropriate. I know that Dr. Daniels will be providing you with some additional information. I've already sent you some information via email, including links to different programs and different videos, including a video from Dr. Our Ambassador Young. But I would be willing to answer any questions that anyone may have about this particular program.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Hobson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Rep. Ullery, for bringing this forward. This is a very timely and needed program. I was wondering if you've looked at any other programs and why you went with this one.
Actually, I've seen several other programs from some of the educational conferences that I've attended over the last several years. This one stood out, though, because it took something that seems to have been lost in the country. That is the concept of acceptance of an individual, regardless of what they happen to be. There are some programs out there that would classify individuals because of who or what or they are, rather than beginning from the premise that we're all equal. I'm kind of reminded of the song I learned as a child. I was doing this with my wife in the car the other day. Jesus loves all the children, red and yellow, black and white. They are all equal in his sight. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Further questions? Not, yes, Representative Moffett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your measure, and I applaud the intent. Yesterday, we heard in this committee room proposals, measures, bills to mandate everything from a philosophy course to a labor course and more. So my question, hopefully a follow-up, my question is, do you envision this measure as being implemented as a standalone course or embedded in an existing course?
Yes.
Either or is how.
Yes, and the way that this course is designed, it could also be a monitored distance learning course, which is one of the programs that Dr. Daniels is involved in.
In a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Mathematics is relatively finite in terms of the body of knowledge that is taught. Haven't been in this business. History or social studies is not. When people taught history in the 70s, there was so much. There's a half century more history now for students to learn in some fashion, which is a challenge. So, what would you say to somebody from this? This would presumably be part of a social studies department thing. What would you say to someone who would just respond that this is a good idea, but they just are overwhelmed and they don't know how they can integrate it into what they're already trying to do?
Good choice of words there, integrate. There are certain elements that transcend time. And this concept of acceptance of an individual, of treating an individual as an individual, transcends the limits of time. Whether it's 1720, 1820, 1920, or 2020, if you respect the individual, then you're achieving a goal. And that's what this course tries to do, is try to instill in the student the concept within their own mind of appreciation. As they learn all the other programs, this will fit into it. And you're right about 50 years of history, some of it which I wish we didn't have to live, but was there.
Thank you.
Thank you further, Representative Ellison.
This is probably a point of information, I think. I'm on the commission, Holocaust Commission. It's the Commission on the Holocaust and Genocide Studies, and I serve along with Dan Wolf, who was on this committee. And that's a law that when the commission was set up and is now getting to the point where the final hearing on the rules will take place next month at the State Board of Education and then move to JELCAR. Everything that's in this bill is included in that particular piece of legislation. And there are some mandates in there in terms of when things would be taught, how they would be taught. It's very specific, so I'm just simply adding that as sort of additional information to this piece of legislation.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions? Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I was wondering if you could explain how you think this particular topic is being taught in high schools in New Hampshire right now, and how this particular curriculum, because it is a curriculum, how it differs from divisive concepts, or how it eludes the statute that we now have that we cannot teach divisive concepts. Thank you.
I don't understand your question.
So it's a two-part question. Part number one is, how do you think, or what do you think New Hampshire schools are doing currently teaching this particular subject? And second of all, because there was this outcry that, New Hampshire schools were teaching CRT, which they're not, but they were accused of that. We had the divisive concept statute come through the legislature. And so what I'm asking in the second part is, compared to what you think we're teaching in schools today, how is this different, and how does it not fall under divisive concepts? Thank you.
I want to answer your second question first. It has nothing to do with divisive concepts. It's not teaching a divisive concept. On the other hand, what it's teaching is, as was said by Representative Moffat, more of an integrated point of view of accepting each individual for themselves, regardless of anything that may separate them, but like skin color or heritage or ethnic background or anything else, rather than allow the separation factors to come in. You talk about teaching each individual as an individual, not as a chartreuse, four-legged, or whatever thing. You teach them as a human being, which unfortunately, you take a look back at World War I, and the propaganda of Wilson at the time was the Hun. Well, those guys didn't want to be in the trenches any more than the French or the British wanted to be in the trenches. You have to, and 1914 Christmas kind of taught that. But you need to, that's why there's no correlation, so you can't answer your second part of the question. And the first part of the question was, what do I think is being taught in schools right now? Not enough about how to treat each other as individuals.
Yes, we have a number of cards here also, so we need to hurry along.
One of the things I noticed was one of the books that's suggested as a primary text is Ain't I a Woman by Sojourner Truth. And if I was a teacher in school right now, I'd be afraid to teach that and to have a discussion about that afterwards because of the way the divisive concept, it might make some people feel uncomfortable.
Well, if you're afraid to teach sojourner truth, I'm sorry for your, because that's not divisive.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. It's just a question of, are you proposing this particular curriculum or just that these kind of materials get covered in a class? Or Dr. Is it Daniels? Dr. Daniels' particular course material?
The particular course material is the one that has been presented to us, several other states, and they picked that up. But Simon & Schuster have also joined along with HarperCollins in picking up the same thing. So they're teaching essentially the same, or they're printing essentially the same course material by the three educational publishers.
Follow up?
Yes.
So you don't care if it's this particular curriculum as long as these materials get covered in school?
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for taking my question, Representative. Would it be your intention for this proposed legislation to also apply to non-public schools?
Several non-public schools are already teaching this particular type of curriculum of their own degree, but since we don't have any control over other than broadly through the Department of Education regarding the curriculum that the non-public schools have, the public schools, which includes charter schools, this would be included in their curriculum.
Follow up on that?
Yes.
So thanks very much. First of all, charter public schools would need to be called out specifically in the statute in order for that to apply. Would it also be your intention, though, for this policy to apply to non-public schools that are under contract with public school districts?
Yes, that would include Pinkerton, I believe, is one of such school, and technically Alvern, from the district in which I'm involved in, is the school itself is a trust private academy. Atkinson Academy is another one of those little weird leftovers from the 18th century, 19th century rather. So yes.
Great, thank you.
Are there any further questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Representative. I'd like to call forward Megan Tuttle from NEA, New Hampshire.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd, members of the committee. I'll keep this short in the interest of time. I do have some written testimony that I will pass out in a moment. For the record, my name is Megan Tuttle, President for NEA New Hampshire, representing more than 17,000 educators across the state of New Hampshire. We are here today in opposition to House Bill 1632. Basically, there's 2 points I'll make here, because I know there's a lot of other testimony. The first one, as Representative Tanner already alluded to, there is fear among educators in the state today. There's a lot of fear. I hear from them. They're in the classroom. They're fearful of what they can and can't say in the classroom anymore because of the banned concepts. And I think this is going to add to that, as Representative Tanner said. This is true. This is what's happening. The educators are letting me know that this is happening in the schools today. The other piece of this is partially what Representative Elliott had mentioned and alluded to earlier, that in 2020, the governor signed into law the commission pursuant to RSA 133E2F, which made the recommendations to the State Board of Education adopting rules around Holocaust and genocide education. I believe the hearing has been delayed a few times. I was at the State Board of Education meeting last week and it was delayed again. But that's work that's been going on that's included in this already. So this is really duplicate of what's already happening and will be happening in there. There's also RSA 189.11 IJ, referenced in the bill, it already states New Hampshire government civics courses include instruction in how intolerance, bigotry, anti-Semitism, national, ethnic, racial, or religious hatred and discrimination have evolved in the past and can evolve into genocide and mass violence such as the Holocaust, and how to prevent the evolution of such practices. Basically, this is already in statute. It's already in rules that are already in place, and so I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Megan, I have a question for you.
Sure.
It should be a quick one. I'm sure that you have the opportunity to go around to all the schools within the state and observe in classrooms what's going on, hopefully. Is it your perception or observation that issues such as dealing with the Uyghurs in northwestern China and their enslavement in various labor camps, et cetera, issues dealing with the Holocaust, issues dealing with this topic that we passed within the genocide that Representative Ellison referred to, are being taught in the schools right now?
Thank you for the question. I have not been to every class, obviously, in the state, and the pandemic has limited when I'm able to actually go into the classroom, so my interaction has been limited to speaking with educators across the state, but I can say that I do believe those are being taught in New Hampshire. I can't say for sure in every class, but I'm sure in some they are.
Thank you very much. Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Deborah Hose?
Now it's on. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the chance to address you this morning. My name is Deborah Howes, and I'm the president of AFT New Hampshire. The other teachers union in the state, we represent about 3,500 teachers, paraeducators, school support staff, public service employees, and higher ed staff across the state. And I'm here this morning to talk about this bill. Not because we oppose teaching on the civil rights era. We actually, thoroughly encourage that and know it's part of any good course in American history. But we are concerned that by passing a specific law requiring teaching as described in this bill, it would take it out of its full sweep of a course of American history. AFT firmly believes in providing students with a robust, engaging, factual U.S. history education so that they can understand how our nation was formed and the changes it has undergone through the years up to and including the present time. This proposed unit of study, as laudable as it is, needs a lot of background knowledge for students to fully grasp the significance of the civil rights era to our nation. For example, students must first comprehend the evils of the transatlantic slave trade and slavery as it existed in the United States. Students need to see how the tactics of the abolitionist, suffragist, and labor movement, as well as the strength of community within black churches, helped shape the individuals and organizations that made up the civil rights movement. Students need to understand that free black men gained the right to vote, be educated, and own property during Reconstruction in the 1870s. Then those rights were taken away or severely curtailed through poll taxes, literacy tests, segregation laws, and peonage starting in the 1890s. Students need to understand the experience of segregation in the Jim Crow era, vigilante action of lynchings and violent outbreaks in places such as Wilmington, North Carolina in 1898, Elaine, Arkansas in 1919, and Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1921. These are some of the background that students need to put the civil rights era in context in United States history. It is necessary so they can understand what it was that the individuals and organizations of the civil rights movement were seeking to overcome and comprehend their successes and their failures and realize what yet remains undone. As part of a robust, well-rounded curriculum of U.S. history, students would encounter these concepts before they study the civil rights era. If a standalone law required teaching of civil rights era passed, some of those building blocks might be shortchanged in the rush to get to this unit. So, as described in this bill, if this were put into law, it might unbalance some of the social studies courses in American history as teachers try and get to this, which is mandated, and rush past other things. As someone alluded to earlier, there's 50 more years of history than there were when some of us took it. And if you're hurrying to get to this, you might miss some of those other important building blocks. The appropriate place for this proposal is at the New Hampshire Department of Education through inclusion in a revised state standards or frameworks for social studies. That way we can be sure that the civil rights era is taught in a way that respects the need for all the necessary prerequisite learning for a full and robust understanding of those ideas. We can be sure that the intended enduring understanding of this unit, that hatred based on immutable characteristics produces profound injustice and should always be worked against. We want to make sure that idea does not get diluted because students are unprepared with the background knowledge that they need. The New Hampshire State Framework on Social Studies was last updated in 2006 and is supposed to be updated every 10 years. It's overdue, but it's in process right now. AFT New Hampshire urges you to vote ITL on this bill and work with the New Hampshire Department of Ed to get this unit included in a cohesive framework that ties together all the necessary elements of a robust social studies education, so that will work in the best interest of students. I want to thank you for letting me present the concerns of my members on this bill.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Howe, for joining us this morning and for providing, I think, some very compelling testimony. Would you see any advantage, I guess, to possibly codifying something maybe as an amendment to this proposed language that would do what you suggested just a minute ago, that would have the provide, I guess, some effort to work with the Department of Education in I think you use cohesive framework during the process that they have right now to revise the standards for social studies curriculum.
Yes, if that were the focus of the bill, to get this into the social studies standards, this is an appropriate thing to be looking at. It belongs in social studies, but not in a vacuum.
Okay.
It has to be part of the sequence of events. You can't look at, you can't look at the facts without the causes.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions for the testimony from the AFT? Not seeing it. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon. Representative Ford? Well, I think that not from where you are right now. If you wanted to speak in support against this particular bill, you would have to fill out a pink card as the others have done as well. You would have to fill out a pink card. You will have the opportunity to speak about that, of course, when we're in executive session as well. So it's your choice. But while you're making your mind up, we're going to go on with the next individual. We have more. Yeah, you would need to fill one of these out. The next person to speak is Anna. Eleni? Is she here? Welcome. I hope or is it A-N-N or A-M-A? Oh, okay. Thank you. Well, welcome. Excuse me, yes, if you press the mic, we can hear you.
Okay.
Thank
Can you hear me now? Oh,
Yes, that's
All
fine.
right. So my name is Asma Elhouni, and I am with Rights and Democracy New Hampshire. I am also an immigrant, and I consider myself a global citizen of the world. So happy to be here today. First of all, I'd like to start off by saying I love the idea of learning about what's going on in other countries. I think that many people in the United States are not in touch as a nation with other countries, their trials and tribulations, their contributions, including the immense resources we all depend on from them. But that is not what's happening here. Instead, it's being used, this noble idea of learning about others, and turns it on its head. By using others' faults to make our faults look less bad, instead of learning about other nations, including the great cultural practices that incredibly support people in their weakest moments, or what great inventions or geniuses there are out there, as well as the bad, which I'm not promoting we leave out. In fact, discriminatory injustice topics from other nations are being taught, just not intentionally being forced into a unit to be taught about American civil rights. I want us to think about why we would do such a thing. Why are we so seeking to show the faults of others when learning about our own faults in the history of the United States? Why do we have a need to maintain this image of a perfect America? I think it's because we somehow are convinced ourselves that if there were serious wrongs, and if there are serious wrongs, that people will not be able to love America, or worse, that they might hate it. I challenge us to rethink this reasoning and to understand, by teaching real history, without tactics to downplay the reality of our mistakes, allows students to see a world where mistakes do happen and can be fixed. We cannot get to a more fairer world without understanding history and how we got to where we are today. HB 1632 will absolve ourselves of having to reckon with our own past by comparing the United States human rights atrocities to the human rights horrors that have happened in other countries with different governments and different time periods. One has nothing to do with the other. Because of all these reasons, I ask the committee to strongly oppose HB 1632. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. See, I have to push the button too. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I have another card here from Frank. Frank, I'm sorry, my eyes are either not good or my penmanship's, I don't know, probably. Anyways, Frank is from the ACLU of New Hampshire. Welcome, Frank.
Apologize,
Can
Mr.
you spell
Chairman.
your last name, please?
It's Knack, K-N-A-A-C-K.
K-N, okay.
Yeah, sorry, I think it's my handwriting that is
Well, it
atrocious.
looked like a W, so thank you very much, Frank.
Definitely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Frank Knack. I'm Policy Director with the ACLU of New Hampshire, and we are here in opposition to this legislation. Many of the important points that I wanted to raise have already been raised, so I don't want to repeat what's already been said very well. I think just to kind of sum this up, there's two things that we are concerned about with this bill that I think, regardless of the intent, how it could be actualized are concerning. One is, as has been mentioned, it downplays our unique history. I think it was well covered, the context that's necessary to understand how we got to the civil rights movement in the 50s and 60s, from slavery to convict leasing, Tulsa, racial terror, etc. I think what hadn't been noted too is this notion that everything has been fine since '68, which this legislation, if implemented, could lead towards. And I think that would undermine, at the most foundational level, the war on drugs. You have John Ehrlichman, who was Nixon's domestic policy advisor, who oversaw the implementation of the war on drugs, on record saying the war on drugs was to, quote, control the black community, control the anti-war movement. That context is necessary, and I think it leads to where we are today, where we have a mass incarceration crisis in this country, and where black people are disproportionately incarcerated at all levels, including here in New Hampshire. For example, in New Hampshire right now, we know that black people and white people use marijuana at roughly the same rate, yet black people are 4.1 times more likely to be arrested for marijuana possession than white people. How did we get here? That history, that context is important. I think it's also important to recognize the extreme racial wealth divide we have in this country, where the average black family has $17,000 in wealth. The average white family has $171,000 in wealth, a 10 times increase over the average black family. And how did we get there? And it's the laws and policies that have been in place in our country since the beginning that led us here. From having laws and policies that protected the slave owner against the abolitionist, laws and policies that allowed for convict leasing to go after slavery was quote unquote abolished after the Civil War, laws and policies that protected the Jim Crow segregationists over the civil rights protesters, laws and policies that continue to protect police violence over those who are trying to stop it. I think it's important that students in our state understand that history, understand the context, and legislation like this will bring us in the wrong direction. So thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for being here today. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing hands, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have no more pink cards at this time. So with that, I will close the hearing. Let's see, what time is it? Gotta figure out this clock here. We have about 3 minutes before we start, so. Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you. No. Thank you.
Okay, we're getting there. Once again, for our committee members, if you have a bill you have to testify in another committee, just please, go to that and then come back following that. And I think we're ready to go forward at this time with HB 1190. This is relative to rulemaking by the State Board of Education for compliance with federal provisions. So with that, a welcome to the committee, Representative Hobson.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable committee members, for listening to my testimony today. I was brought the idea for this bill from a fellow representative, so I hope I do it justice. And this is my first bill that I'm sponsoring, so I'm going to channel my inner Rep. Litchfield and ask for forgiveness as we go forward. Thank you for allowing me to present HB 1190 to you today. One of the many great discoveries I have made as a legislator and former school board member is how grant money works. When the money is received, it's exciting to think of the opportunities this gift can create. As a legislator, I'm also learning about the rules and framework of that grant money and just how much work needs to be done before the grant is accepted. Here's an example. On Tuesday, our committee held a hearing for HB 154, FN-L, requiring school districts to provide breakfast for students. Like the great Mr. Frew, don't know if he's here or not, from the Superintendent's Association said, to be against a bill like this would be to disagree with puppies and apple pie, or something like that. I know as legislators we would love to be able to cover the cost of breakfast for all students every day, but often well-intentioned money is short-sighted. While attempting to do something positive, we don't look at the long-term impacts of a program. What if the program expands? How do we cover the cost for a successful program in the years to come? Who will oversee the program? And are there additional costs associated with program startup? Grant programs that offer full or near full funding support at startup, but in subsequent years when the federally mandated funded program is reduced by half or more, local boards are left with few options. Boards can either make difficult K-12 programming reductions that harm all students, or if operational reductions are not made that way, boards are forced to increase local property taxes, a nightmare for every community. This situation is especially true with special education costs. For example, in California, the annual cost of educating a student with disabilities averages about $27,000 per student, compared with general education costs at about $10,000 per student. In recent years, the funding from federal government is below 15% of the average per pupil expenditure. In New Hampshire, state and local appropriations have picked up that difference, along with all costs above the 40% promised by the federal government. Should this measure, HB 1190, pass, any mandated curriculum or program of study by federal or state must be accompanied with an adequate fiscal note to sustain local costs for implementation. Improper funding of state mandates in New Hampshire violates our New Hampshire Constitution under Part 1st, Bill of Rights, Article 28A. I think about these programs becoming local taxpayer responsibilities with only a rising tax bill to let them know the program even exists. I think we can and should do better for our constituents. Let's hold the federal government to the same standards to which we hold ourselves. This measure does not oppose the federal government, but does tell the state board that they cannot create rules where there is a lack of federal funding. Similar bills have been heard in the Education Committee, and this committee has also voted down federal regulation that could not be fully funded. So I welcome your feedback and comments, and let's make this a bipartisan effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Tanner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, and you did a great job for
Thank
the
you.
presentation, so thank you. And I fully support the idea that whatever happens, whatever we do, we should take into consideration long-term impact, how to cover costs, how it's going to be overseen, and the cost with startup. And I think we need really competent and accurate fiscal notes. I'm talking, and the federal government has left us short several times, okay? I totally agree with that. However, I was wondering how you think this applies to the state. We have a voucher program that we got with a $129,000 fiscal note, which was now over $6 to $8 million. So that's a big thing. There was no oversight, really, on how that money was being spent or how it was being accounted for. No way, really, no cost for startups. We heard from the Department of Education yesterday that, they need an administrator at DOE because they didn't realize how much it was going to cost for the startup. So I guess what I would like to see, and whether you would be amenable to it or not, that we actually outline those statements that you made and make it available or applicable to both federal and our state government. Would you agree that perhaps that would be a good amendment for this bill?
I would be open to a discussion about that for sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Are there further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Your first try was fine.
Phew.
Okay, I do not on that one have any other pink cards. So with that, we're going to close this hearing. And you have an opportunity to walk around, stretch, and maybe get a little brunch or whatever you want to call it, a snack. So the next one we have starts up at 10 o'clock. 10:30, 10:30, no, wait a minute, or not, I'm looking at election law, excuse me. I've done that several times here. 10:30 is when the next bill starts. That will be 13:11 when we start in approximately a little over 35 minutes, 35, 40 minutes. Thank you. Yeah, get up and stretch.
the heat. I'm not taking the heat for you.
Test, test. Can you hear me, Representative Mullen? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Representative Mon.
They may have fixed this.
There we go. That one's in.
Yeah, well, he knew his was on.
Well, it's just the outer ring.
I don't think it has anything to do with what's going on here.
Can you turn that mic,
Mike check.
Rep Ford, can you turn that mic off? No, not that one, the one next to it.
I know.
John is a genius.
There's something that happened there.
2 seconds.
Rob Robson used to tell us last year when we were remote.
It was a disconnect under here, so I'm going to retape this line after, but under the Velcro strip. Yeah. I'm going to move it so it'll get under here after. Should be good now. It wasn't you, no more.
Okay, we're going to go ahead with this hearing. See, we need to capture some time here. I'd like to open up the hearing for HB 1311, prohibiting persons charged with or convicted of a certain assault or controlled drug possession violations from employment in a public school. Welcome, Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and as Gilda Radner always said, it's always something.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and House Education, for hearing me this morning. For the record, my name is Sue Mullen, and I represent Hillsborough County District 7, the town of Bedford. House Bill 1311 seeks to add felony convictions of first-degree assault and possession of a controlled drug with the intent to sell to the list of RSA 189 13A Section 5 offenses that prohibit employment in a school administrative unit, school district, chartered public school, or public academy. For the purpose of explanation for new members on our committee, I have distributed electronically a list of the current offenses that we commonly and collectively refer to as the Section 5s. And I will remind returning members that last year at this time, we added human trafficking to that list. That change was the result of conversation precipitated by information shared by DOE attorney Diana Fenton regarding questions about why a substantial number of people get credentialed in New Hampshire but never actually teach here. Evidently, the reciprocity aspect with other states is attractive to a lot of folks. We all agreed that we did not want folks found guilty of human trafficking in New Hampshire schools. The conversation has continued. In this session, I'm bringing forward House Bill 1311 to prohibit people convicted of first-degree assault and people found guilty of possession of a controlled drug with the intent to distribute from being employed in schools as well. Please understand that the criminal offenses I reference are felonies. We are not talking about a schoolyard fistfight. If you take a look at Chapter 631.1, which I distributed to you electronically, I also have hard copies here for anybody who either did not receive it or wants to reference it later on. You'll see that we're talking about purposefully causing serious bodily injury. We're talking about purposely or knowingly causing injury with a deadly weapon, purposely or knowingly causing injury that results in a miscarriage or stillbirth, or knowingly and recklessly causing serious bodily injury to a person under the age of 13. Neither are we talking about an 18-year-old getting caught with a joint in the glove compartment. We're talking about someone who is found guilty of the felony conviction of manufacturing, selling, or purchasing, transporting, or possessing with the intent to sell controlled substances that they are not authorized to have. While I understand that there are times, particularly early in a person's life, when they make a mistake and when somebody turns their life around, I also recognize that there are consequences for an individual's actions, and that sometimes those consequences may prevent someone from doing something that they want to do. I know Attorney Fenton is with us this morning and that she has a wealth of knowledge and examples that she can share with you. If you have specific questions regarding the importance of this proposed legislation or legal aspects, she's your gal. I, too, am happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time, and if I am able. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there questions for Representative Mullen? Sure. Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Representative Mullen, for introducing this legislation. One of the things that you mentioned, well, a lot of it piqued my interest, but one of the things you talked about was the interest in in attaining a New Hampshire teacher certification and using it in other states. And I was wondering if you could sort of expand on that a little bit more, and how this applies, or how this does or doesn't apply to the certification process.
Well, you know, the intricacies of licensing in New Hampshire, Representative Luno, that information came to our attention last year when we were discussing human trafficking. And it was Attorney Fenton who obviously raised the concern. In the next hearing that we have, we'll talk a little bit about Senate Bill 134, which last year added the Section 5 offenses to credentialing in the state of New Hampshire. So anything that is added to the Section 5 list with regards to generic employment will ultimately end up on the list of Section 5 offenses that prevent credentialing as well.
Are there further questions of Representative Mullen? Yes, Representative Hobson.
Thank you for taking my question. What happens to, would anyone fall into the category of this new offense that's currently employed here? And what will
I
happen?
believe the short answer to that may be yes, but I will ask you, Representative Hobson, to raise that question with Attorney Fenton when she's in the hot seat.
Thank you.
Do we have a card for our attorney from DOE? You don't want us to comment on that. Are there any other questions for Representative Mullen before we invite our prosecutor to sit down at the hot table? Yes, Representative Lakis.
On the possession of a controlled drug with intent to sell, is there any kind of limit on quantity or on statute of limitations? Just thinking, like you said, you're stupid, you're in school, you're not planning on selling or distributing, but you got 5 friends who said, hey, while you're there, can you pick me up, whatever. And so all you've brought it back and they reimbursed you for your expense. Not saying anybody should do that, but I'm just saying, 10 years, 15 years down the road, is that going, and they decide, oh, they have a real gift for teaching.
I know that there is a timetable for expunging somebody's record, but again, I'll let Attorney Fenton speak to that, Representative Lakis, so that I
Okay.
don't give you misinformation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Representative Ford.
Mike,
Your mic.
Thank you. The distinction between employment and credentialing, is there something in here that I don't know about or just I'm unaware of?
Yeah, employment refers to anybody that works for a school district. So the credentialing is only applies to teachers and administrators.
Would this affect their credentialing? Could someone lose their teaching certificate through a process like that?
Perhaps that can be answered by the
Yeah,
department.
I think we'll let Attorney Fenton take that as well.
Okay. Thank you very much, Representative Mullen. Welcome.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Diana Fenton. I'm an attorney with the Department of Education. Thank you for having us today, and thank you, Representative Mullen, for bringing this bill forward. This does continue the department's initiatives in child safety. So Commissioner Edelblut thanks you for your attention to this bill. This is a bill that he and I have worked on and discussed quite a bit. I want to address some of the questions that have come up regarding employment versus licensure. RSA 189.13a deals exclusively with employment. Prior to last year's legislative session, when the department issued a credential to someone to teach, they did not do any kind of criminal history background check. The background check was exclusive to the area, the realm of employment only. So what we recognized at the department was a couple of items of concern. The first is the department was in the position where a state agency was issuing a license to someone to be around children, to teach, without doing that criminal background check, potentially licensing someone who might have been unemployable pursuant to this list of disqualifying offenses. As a state agency, we were troubled by that practice, and we felt that that did not support the field of education, and that did not lift up the field of education. Secondarily, we did, as Representative Mullen alluded to, out of curiosity, we looked at where our credentials were going nationwide. And we realized that we took in about $250,000 of credentialing fees from individuals who had no association with the state of New Hampshire. No New Hampshire residents, no New Hampshire teaching assignment. And what's interesting, and I'll share this with the committee, is we excluded all the Northeast states to include New York. And yet we were still pulling in $250,000 in credentialing fees from out of state, from other parts of the country. And we weren't sure why. We're still not sure why, but we wonder if it's because New Hampshire teaching credential did not require a criminal history background check, and perhaps people were using that license to gain reciprocity in other states. And we were concerned not just about New Hampshire child safety, but all children's safety. So as an agency, we worked very hard and worked in close communication with our partners at the Department of Safety and senators and representatives to bring forward last session Senate Bill 134. Senate Bill 134 established 189.13C. Think of it as kind of a conjunction with 189.13A. 189.13C allows the Department of Education to run a criminal history check on first-time applicants for employment. I emphasize first-time applicants because it is not being done retroactively for people who already have a credential. They already have a vested interest in that license. But moving forward, for first-time applicants, the department will do that background check. The department is only screening for the offenses that you have in front of you, those Section 5 violations. That's what they're commonly referred to. If someone has one of those Section 5 violations, and you should have that list, I call it my cheat sheet list, but these are the crimes which bar employment, you'll see it's homicide, it's child pornography, it's felonious sexual assault, which is New Hampshire's version of rape. Anything that would bar someone from being employed, we would not credential them because we don't want to license someone who's unemployable. However, there are a lot of offenses that are not on this list. For example, DWI, arson, things of that nature, criminal trespass. And school districts have always had more discretion to look into the record at length. And so they can use their discretion to say, this person wants to be a first grade teacher, and yet they have, a number of DWIs or domestic violence assaults that are concerning. Maybe it's not the right fit for our school for this particular position. And so the school district has that ability to do that discretion. The department, however, does not, and I think that's a very important distinction. I'm happy to take any questions on that dynamic and structure that the department is currently establishing, and then we can turn our attention to the subject of this particular bill.
I have one question, then I'll let the committee ask the questions to you, Diana. We have reciprocity with a number of states.
Yes.
And we have a person, let's say, coming from Maine, which we have reciprocity with Maine.
Yes.
What kind of check do we do? They have certification there, so now we're saying, do they automatically get this certification? What do we do a background check, or do we have the Maine do a background check, or do you do that? How does that work?
So moving forward, pursuant to Senate Bill 134, which was passed last session, the Department of Education, New Hampshire's Department of Education, will be doing a background check on that individual, whether they come from Maine or Minnesota, or they're coming right out of St. Anselm's College from a teacher prep program. We will be doing that criminal background check. Not only is that a New Hampshire background check, but also the federal background check. We also run individuals through the nationwide database. It's called NASDAQ. I always thought it was a stock market reference, but it turned out I was wrong. It took me a couple of years to get up to speed on that one. But it is an organization that tracks educators nationwide who have gotten in trouble in their own states and then perhaps seek to move to another state. And so, again, it's called NASDAQ, and the New Hampshire Department of Education will run a query through NASDAQ to see if that individual has had any issues in other states nationwide.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members of the committee, Representative Tanner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Attorney Fenton. When we were doing this before with employees, we had an issue with bus drivers, substitute teachers, people who move throughout the district and were getting hammered with criminal background checks every time they turned around. Has anything been done to solve that issue?
Yes, thank you for the question. We have successfully, perhaps, I hate to use the word solved, it feels so arrogant, and I just wait for someone to call me and say, we still have a problem, so I'm going to use that term very loosely. But we have, we're going to use the term addressed. We have adequately addressed the bus driver issue. And so what we have done is, and I want to just back up a step and give a little historical context. One of the issues we are having with bus drivers, which Representative Tanner knows very well, is typically they are owned by private companies. So, for example, it might be Butler's Bus Service. It's not owned by the school district. It's owned by a private company. And what happened around 2018, 2019 is that the FBI record, the nationwide criminal history check, could no longer be dispersed to a private company, Butler's Bus Service, for example, because they were a non-governmental entity. But we realized in working with the bus lobby that the Department of Education is a governmental entity. And so we created statutorily 189.13b, which allows for the Department of Education to issue a clearance, a criminal history clearance, to bus drivers. So the Department of Motor Vehicles license them to drive. That falls outside of the department's purview, as one would suspect. They are licensed to drive a bus, and they get their CDL, and then they come to the Department of Education, and we do a clearance. That clearance is good statewide. And pun intended, this gives the bus drivers mobility to move from district to district to district. So if District 1 has a field trip, all of a sudden they can call the second district and say, do you have any bus drivers that are available? And the individual school districts do not have to run background checks on these individuals. So we're just starting that program. We've just put our rules in place, and we've just gotten the approval from the FBI. So I can't say that it's, again, pun intended, up and running quite yet, but we are very, very close to doing that.
Follow up?
Congratulations, because we
Thank
worked
you.
on that a lot. What about substitute teachers and other, now a lot of schools are getting cleaning agencies because of COVID. What about all these other people that are third party, or even, later today I think we hit the bill on big buses, the premier buses that are hired for, field trips and sporting events. What about those? Are they still in kind of no man's land, or?
So I can't speak to private bus companies, a little bit out of my realm of authority here. But you have identified that there remains an overarching issue in the field of education because there are so many people who go through the school doors. It's so surprising to me when you think about how many people enter a school. And we recognize the importance of those criminal history background checks. That's never up for debate. But then the question becomes, how do we make sure that everyone has access to get into these schools, but it's not becoming overly burdensome? I think that the department can play a very critical role because, again, we are a governmental entity. I am always the first to say, we need to be very thoughtful about how we establish this. I'm always the one kind of holding things back a little bit, admittedly, because I want to make sure that anything the department takes on, that we can do so successfully, because if we mess up, kids are harmed. And that is not okay. That is not okay with me or Commissioner Edelblut. And so we are very thoughtful in our process on taking on those additional entities. But we recognize that that is a very, I think, critical role that the department can play, but we haven't played it historically. And so anytime we kind of pivot and shift the role that we play or the service that we provide, we really have to do so thoughtfully, because the implications of it, I think, are too grave if we don't. So substitute teachers, in short, Representative Tanner, are kind of next on our list, if you will. We're looking at how we can help the field in that area. We did have a bill presented last week, I believe, in Senate Education that will help facilitate substitute teachers a little bit. Has nothing to do directly with the Department of Education.
Well, let's see if others have any. Are there any other questions from the rest of the committee? If not, we'll go with Representative Cornell.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. In the top line, it says designated school volunteer. Would that include people, say, that are doing the PredNA program or Learn Everywhere that have been okay to provide those out-of-school programs that kids will get credit for in school?
Thank you for the question. The short answer is I'm not entirely sure. I know the term designated volunteer is defined by each individual district. The law 18913A gives deference to districts to define what a designated volunteer could be. So the best example I can give is if I go to my child's school for a Halloween party, I'm not a designated volunteer. I'm there for one occasion. I don't have individual access to children. But if I am to participate on a weekly basis in a program, then I would presumably fall under the designated volunteer. I don't know, I believe that those individual programs that you listed have their own background check policies pursuant to them. I know that is very near and dear to the department's heart, and it is our top priority, quite simply. Child safety is always the department's top priority. However, individual districts could account for those programs within their individual policies of designated volunteers.
Thank you. Further questions? Yes, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How about, I'll use Tin Mountain Conservation. What happens if they put on a program in the local school? Is there any check on that?
Again, that would depend on the designated volunteer policy at that particular school. If it's speaking in general terms, if it is a one-time interaction in the school, that might fall outside of that term, designated volunteer. But if you look at 18913A, the statute gives deference to individual school districts. A few years ago, when this committee started looking and revising 18913A, a lot of school districts had the opportunity to revamp their designated volunteer policy. They had not looked at it in quite a bit. And so this committee's work on this important topic spurred a lot of districts to revise that and look at what that term meant. So at one district, to answer your question, Representative Nelson, at one district, they could define Tin Mountain as a designated volunteer and ask them to have a background check. And the next district over could say, no, we feel comfortable not having them go through that process.
Thank you. Further questions? Okay, going back to Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering about charter schools where only 50% of the teachers have to be credentialed. Are the other 50% considered long-term subs, or how exactly do they don't have to apply for a credential to teach in a charter school? So how does that work, and what kind of rule changes are there for that?
So I think it's important to recognize when you look at 189, the structure we've created, 189A is employment. And so whether I'm a credentialed educator working at a charter school or I'm not, I am still subject to the background check upon employment. And that's critical, and that does not waver, that does not change across the board. 189.13B addresses the bus drivers, and my little cheat sheet way is B for bus driver. And 189.13C, C for credentialing. That's real insight into my brain. But that's statutorily how we've created it, and it makes sense. A, B, C, and you have all these different designations. But for charter schools, whether they are credentialed or they're not, everyone who steps into that school is subject to that employment or contract piece, and that's all covered in 189.13A.
Thank you. Are there further questions for the department? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your insights and your expertise. We appreciate it.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Representative Lakers, did you have your hand up?
I'm sorry, you were then going to go on to the specifics of this bill and the questions we ask on it?
Sure.
Like
Sure, I'd
what
be
I was
happy to.
asking about possession of a controlled drug, and is there any kind of like lower limit underneath which they, are we going for big time drug dealers, or are we going for the stupid kid who made a mistake in college when they were experimenting and picked up some drugs for their friends?
Thank you for the question. To be clear, it's interesting to the department when you look at this list of crimes which bar employment and education, there are no drug offenses on this list. There are no drug offenses. And yet, we're putting people in contact with children, which is a high-risk population, and we all recognize that. The department's intent is not to target people who made a mistake or had simple misdemeanor level possession. This bill before you is not intended to target personal possession, personal use, anything like that. What we're trying to do with this bill is recognize that there are the offenses of possession with intent to distribute or possession with intent to sell, either way you want to put it. And that offense, felony level, we feel is concerning enough to keep away from our classroom and our children. But that is why you see this additional language in this proposed bill before you, because we really wanted to make it clear what the intent was, that we wanted to go for this possession with intent to distribute. We feel that that is a crime that we want out of the classroom and away from children.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any further hands. Appreciate it. Yes, Representative Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So what happens to the existing employee? A lot of this seems to be about that person getting employed. So I've been working in the district for 30 years, and I did something 10 years ago, and I never reported it, even though maybe the school district policy says I must report it, but I didn't, and they've just come upon it. Am I shown the door right then, or?
So this bill would not be applied retroactively, and I think that's really the crux of your question. This would not suddenly, I do not envision that this bill would suddenly require school districts to then re-fingerprint. The law is clear, it is upon employment. Any change that we have made to 189.13A over the past 5 or 6 years has not ever been interpreted retroactively. So this would be moving forward upon new employment. And if someone moves from one district to another district, they would be subject to 189.13A and the employment provision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have no further cards on this, so we will call this hearing closed. And we will now get ready to go into the next bill, which is HB 1234, relative to criminal background checks for an applicant for a teaching credential. Welcome, Representative Mullen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Once again, my name is Sue Mullen, and I represent the people of Hillsborough County District 7, the town of Bedford. House Bill 1234, and I like just saying House Bill 1234, is primarily a housekeeping bill. In 2021, this body unanimously approved adding human trafficking to the list of Section 5 offenses that prevent employment in New Hampshire public school districts, schools, charters, and academies. That measure was signed into law by the governor and went into effect in the fall. Subsequent to that happening, the Senate passed legislation, Omnibus Senate Bill 134, that created a new section to RSA 189.13, Section C, which we just learned from Attorney Fenton stands for credentialing, that lists all the Section 5 prohibited offenses and how they apply to credentialing. They left off 633.7 human trafficking because it was a little bit like ships passing in the night. House Bill 1234 would rightfully add 633.7 human trafficking to the list of Section 5 offenses. I'm sure Attorney Fenton will answer any questions that you may have if I can't, and I will be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative Mullen. Are you half attorney?
Pardon me?
Are you half attorney?
Perhaps.
Yeah, you're doing a great job. I appreciate it.
Perhaps, thank you.
So, from the committee, are there any questions for Representative Mullen? Yes, Representative Tanner?
So this may be, thank you for taking my question. And did you stay at a Express hotel last night? Holiday Inn Express last night?
I did not.
Okay, well then, okay. So, Attorney Fenton mentioned that there is a national clearinghouse, I think NASDAQ, the one she thought was, an index for the stock market. What happens to, again, charter school teachers, educators who are not credentialed? Because we know that only 50% of them are credentialed or have to be. Do they go into a database as well?
I wish I could answer that question for you, but playing Stump the Representative, Representative Tanner, has worked for you.
I just want to make sure Attorney Fenton got a chance at the mic again.
I'm sure she'd be happy to answer that question for you.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions for Representative Mullen? Representative Hobson?
Sorry, just one quick question, and thank you. Do you have a copy of that list of offenses here?
I do.
Is it extra?
I won't charge you for it,
Okay.
Representative
Thank
Hobson.
you.
Further questions for Representative Mullen? Thank you very much.
You're quite welcome.
Diana, you also information for this one too?
If the committee has any questions.
I think there may be. Okay, Attorney Fenton is here. Representative Tanner.
Thank you. So I think you heard my question before, but I'll restate it. You said the NASDAQ, or close to NASDAQ, is a national database for teachers. I assume that mean credentialed teachers. So I was wondering, in charter schools where only 50% have to be credentialed, but they are full-time teachers and they're working in the public school system, would they then go in if they fail to meet the criminal background checks? Do they go into that database?
So thank you for the question. For the record, my name is Diana Fenton. I'm an attorney with the Department of Education. A couple of things. As it pertains to charter schools, last session a bill was passed which made the code of conduct applicable to charter schools. So we are working with charter schools on that particular issue. I don't recall the number off the top of my head, but it made the code of conduct applicable to charter schools as an entity, recognizing that not everyone within a charter school employment-wise is credentialed. As far as NASDAQ goes, someone is only entered into NASDAQ not because they pass a background check or they don't pass a background check. They're entered into NASDAQ if there's a finding of educator misconduct, which presumably other states would want to know about it. It's not directly linked to the criminal history background check. When Representative Mueller said you played stump the representative, I thought, I think you played stump the lawyer too, because our actions of the Department of Education are narrowly tailored to credential holders. And so while part of me was inclined to say, I think that individual could, in theory, presumably still be entered into NASDAQ, I will have to get back to you with that answer, because if someone doesn't have a credential, the department doesn't have jurisdiction over them. And we've had this conversation with districts as we receive calls with allegations of violations of the code of conduct. It's part of our inquiry and vetting out cases. So for example, we deal with paraeducators. Some paraeducators are credentialed, some of them are not. And so we will simply say, is that person credentialed or are they not? I cannot recall an instance in which we had someone not credentialed and we took action upon them, because we can't. So I am not familiar with that particular fact pattern. Typically, Representative Tanner, we will find some kind of documentation in our EIS system, whether it's a statement of eligibility or something that will give us, the department, jurisdiction over that individual. So you played stump the representative and won, and you won at stump the lawyer as well. So you're doing quite well, and it's not even noon. I will have to get back to you on that.
Representative Fenton, I do have a question for her and follow up to where we are.
I'm not a representative.
Okay, well, we've just upgraded your pay.
Oh, fantastic. I'll have to let Frank know. I don't know if he's ready for
So, in the bill we just did, that bill, when we're dealing with employment, also reflected RSA 633:7. So
That is
this
correct.
bill is adding 633:7. So is it
That's
fair to say that any employee is accountable to that RSA 633:7?
Yes. So last session, human trafficking, which is RSA 633:7, that was added to the list of disqualifiers in the employment section, because we were in the process legislatively of creating 18913C. And because of that, this before you didn't exist for us to add the human trafficking offense. And so this really is a cleanup bill. We want to recognize the importance of having consistency in the disqualifiers, whether it be in employment or in credentialing. There has to be that consistency. There cannot be discrepancy between the two lists. And it's interesting to share with this committee that there was a gentleman, an educator, it was in the press. He pled guilty back in September of 2021 of last year. He pled guilty to human trafficking right here in Merrimack County. He pled guilty to human trafficking. And I heard that on WMUR, where everyone in New Hampshire gets their news, and I grabbed my phone and I looked up the effective date of Representative Mullen's bill, and it had become effective, signed into law the day before that gentleman pled guilty. And so Representative Mullen was kind enough to take a phone call from me at 6:30 in the morning, and she has never answered my calls since, because I was so excited that all of a sudden we saw it all come together. This gentleman will not teach in a New Hampshire school because he pled guilty to the offense of human trafficking. And I wanted to share that with this committee, that it was this committee's work that made that possible, and recognize the importance of it. I think when we hear that offense of human trafficking, we are inclined to say, well, that doesn't happen here in New Hampshire. And sadly, we recognize that it does. And so really, what this bill in front of you does is recognize the importance of that offense of human trafficking, recognizing how dangerous that would be to have that in a classroom, and more importantly, by putting it in this particular section, 18913C, we are telling people, if you are applying for a credential in the state of New Hampshire to teach children, you will not be licensed to teach if you have that offense on your criminal record. That's what this bill does.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Attorney Fenton. Why not add 318B to controlled substance intent to sell to the credentialing section as well?
We certainly could. At this point, this bill belongs to the committee, so I will leave that in your discretion. But I think it is important to recognize and not conflate the different sections. And if this committee were to pass the bill that it just heard, 1311, then presumably we will be before you next session asking to add those into the other sections. But as this bill now belongs to this committee, that is certainly amendment that you could take up. But I appreciate the opportunity to explain some of the initiatives the department is undertaking in this important area.
Thank you. Representative Ford. Your mic.
You, Mike?
Yeah. Thank you for taking my question. I'm sitting here puzzling a predicament that we had a number of years ago when I was an academic vice president, and we had large numbers of people graduating with degrees in education who never, ever applied for a credential as a teacher. And we were trying to figure out, why are we training these people to be teachers when they have no intention of teaching? And it turned out that there's a fair amount of demand in industry for people with that subset of credentials or capabilities. And then I moved that back a step, and we're talking about protecting the teachers, but we don't do it only until they apply to be a teacher. But before they become that, they're in the schools. And we have not done a background check on them. And so my question, simply given that background I just gave you, is maybe we should consider, or do you think we should consider, doing the same background check with people who enroll in a teacher preparation program?
Thank you very much for the question. So part of Senate Bill 134 not only addressed first-time teaching applicants applying to the Department of Education, but also addressed the issue of teacher prep program candidates. We had a similar issue. Look at colleges such as St. Anselm's, they could not get that federal background check because they are a non-governmental entity. And so the Department of Ed stepped in, and we are working to take on that role whereby we work with the Institutes of Higher Education, those teacher prep programs, and we will do, similar to the bus drivers, a clearance for those individuals to go into various districts. I think it's important to recognize that the individual districts still have the right to do their own background check. They are allowing people into their schools to be around their children, and they have the liability, they have the opportunity to do that. But that is a role that the department is currently working to take on. So I really appreciate that question, because it is an area of concern, and we did recognize that last session and take steps to address it the best we could.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative
You
We're gonna
keep
get-
promoting me. I'm going to get a call
We're
from
gonna get you a real
Frank
upgraded
really
page
fast
here.
here.
Yeah. I thought we addressed that when we talked about the student teachers and the fees that they had to pay for this before they got into the classroom.
So one of the considerations was the nature of the fees. What was happening in the field is, if I was a teacher prep program candidate at a college, I could, in theory, be paying multiple fees in multiple instances to get my background check to go into these various schools, and it was just simply becoming untenable. And so the thought was, if we could kind of house it in a central location, right? Utilize the Department of Education to serve that important role to facilitate this, then it could, in theory, be a one-time background check, one-time cost and fee. However, we do have to recognize that individual districts will always retain the right to do those additional background checks, and they have every right to do that, and recognize the safety issue there. So does it completely solve the problem? I can't say that it does, but is it another avenue by which the department is trying to address these issues, identify these issues, and address them by working with our partners in the field? Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Wells.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. And that is, how long do these FBI background checks take? Because, you know, if you've got a student teacher and they take a month or two to do them and they're trying to do it on a term, it could mean they effectively can't go in the classroom that term.
So, thank you for the question. My hesitation is only because I do not work for the Department of Safety, and I hesitate to speak on their behalf. But I can tell you that the Department of Safety has taken a lot of initiatives to speed up the process of the background check. And I think that was pretty common across the board, is the delay. But again, the Department of Safety has tried to address that issue pretty quickly. I think a month turnaround would be surprisingly long. And I think the background check turnaround is now within a week. But again, I'm going to couch that by saying I do not work for the Department of Safety. So I have to be careful in that testimony. But I can say that they are aware of that issue. That issue's been brought to their attention. And we at the Department of Ed have worked very closely with our partners at the Department of Safety, and they've worked with the education field to address those concerns.
Representative Tanner?
No, I know you're going to hate this question.
Well, you already stumped the lawyer once, so.
Okay. So, again, with charter schools, they don't have a superintendent. The governmental setup isn't the same as districts. So do they have the discretion to run background checks at this charter school level?
So the difference in the structure at a charter school is recognized within the statute 18913A. And they say the chief executive officer of the charter school. So in terms of the discretion whether or not to run a background check, I don't believe there is any discretion. When I look at the statute 18913A as it applies to charter schools and public schools, in my reading of the statute, the law is very clear that it applies regardless of the credential, whether there's a credential or there's not, it applies to equally to charter schools.
So they're considered a governmental agency like the superintendent is? I mean, that was one of the little glitches when we were working with it before, that, you know, certain groups couldn't run the checks.
So the certain groups that can't run the checks, we've identified as being like a private bus company, things of that nature. I am not aware of any charter school having an issue getting those background checks.
Okay. And something like Prenda with the pods, are they able to run background checks?
My understanding is they are. We've actually worked very closely with Prenda and the Department of Safety. We had some meetings with DOS and Prenda this past summer. I participated in those meetings where we addressed those areas. So, yeah, we were able to address those concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions of Attorney Fenton?
You downgraded me.
Well, we'll upgrade you to a senator if you like. Okay, well, thank you very much, Diana, and you're always appreciated, and we thoroughly enjoy what you have to offer us.
Thank you.
Further questions from so I see none, and I have no further pink cards on this, so we will close this hearing. Yeah, and the next hearing starts in a couple minutes here, relative to requirements for teacher certification. Is that also you?
Nope.
No, we really don't. We have about 3 minutes here, and
They were already dead. You just put them through the machine. Oh, yeah. That's my attorney.
Maybe. Who knows?
Tanner, I've got a delivery for you. Do you want me to leave it at your desk? Great, yes, please. Delivery for you as well.
Thank you.
Here, Bruce.
Yes. Oh, thank you very much.
Tomorrow.
What day is tomorrow? Oh, it's only Thursday.
Thursday, yeah. Yeah.
School bus.
There's a lot going on. Yeah, tomorrow's the day I got to get my news art. I have a biennial page I write up in my neck of the woods. Every Thursday I got to write an article, and it's just, you know, every other Thursday. Oh, I'm sorry.
Your what I found is very nice. So I write for our newsletter, but I write as School Board Plus. You know,
Yeah.
It's too many. So now I reach out to Sean at the majority office, and he writes it for me.
Oh, good. There you go. Sean's good. Sean's, yeah. Yeah.
He even is preemptive now, where he'll say, it's that time of month. Here's what I have for you.
Jeepers.
Thank you.
That's great. Maybe I'll tag into him someday when I just don't have time.
I need to ask him for help with the parking space. That's what it is.
Sean?
Just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm always questioning, they say, who's against charter schools?
Well, yeah, this is ridiculous. When you look at Part A there, which deals with employment, the teachers all employed, public schools, charters are public. This is bullshit. She just keeps. Okay, we're going to go ahead now. It is 11:30. We're going ahead with 1372. This is relative to the requirements for teacher certification. And do we have okay, Representative Janigan is the prime sponsor of the bill. Welcome to our committee. When you have an opportunity, you know, we'd like to get one of these filled out, but you can do it when you're done.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Representative John Janigian, representing Rockingham District 8, which is Salem. Today's bill, 1372, relatively straightforward, relative to requirements for teacher certification. One of the things that's been found to be true is a lot of newer teachers especially don't seem to be up on the education rules. And as I'm sure all you know, education rules are pretty critical for teachers to understand as they deal with such things as minimum education standards and a whole myriad of other items that relate to education of students and other things. I'm not going to say a whole lot about this. Steve Appleby, the director of the Division of Education Standards and Higher Ed, will be speaking to you as well. And he mentioned to me yesterday, I think he'll talk about this as well. At the end of the bill where it says that this will take effect 60 days after passage, he told me yesterday that's a bit early, and he'll be talking to that, looking at probably more like a January 1st implementation of that. But this bill basically would require that teachers, or educators, I should say, to be certified need to take a course in education, in the education rules, so they're up on those things. Other than that, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have to say. If anyone has any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there questions for the sponsor of the bill? Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative, for being here. Rules to be made a part of the process. How about the statutes themselves?
Certainly it's important for them to know the statutes as well. I'm certainly open to this bill being modified in some way, we certainly want teachers to have a comprehensive understanding of the laws as well as the rules.
Representative, I have a question for you. I'm holding up one set of rules right here, minimum standards for public school approval. These are rules. We have rules for transportation. We have rules for career technical education. We have rules for just about anything a school does. And so we'll be talking about another book that's the size of our statutory language right there. How is it possible for a teacher like myself and why is it important that I have to know about transportation or some topic which is not relevant to the instruction and curriculum and working with parents in the classroom that I've been assigned?
Well, that's certainly a good question. I think as we look at, teachers starting off, teaching kids, that's probably not that important. However, many teachers will eventually, or some teachers will eventually move up to higher positions, whether it's superintendent of schools or department chairs or whatever it is. And maybe you raise a good point. Maybe there needs to be some more language here, but I think it certainly is important for some of those who move on to higher positions to understand those.
Thank you. Representative Cornell.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. As Chairman Ladd said, this is what is now in law, and this is from 2021. We, as a committee, have not gotten our copy of the latest rules from last year. So I'm wondering how you would find somebody to teach this that would have the most recent laws and be able to do it, it's rules, when we don't even have them.
That's a good question. I wasn't aware of that. And perhaps, I don't want to put this on him, but maybe when Mr. Appleby is up here, he can answer that question. Or maybe, and I'd love to work with any member of the committee to make this something that is doable, because at the end of the day, it is important. There's certainly much in the education rules that are critical for teachers to know. Minimum education standards and things like that. I mean, it would be, a travesty, I think, if a teacher or an educator does not understand those things and is teaching, and what is the point to having all these education rules if we're not going to follow them?
Representative Porter, and then Representative Waltz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, sir. Do you know that these things aren't being taught now to prospective teachers in the classes that they're taking? For example, if I'm training to be an elementary school teacher, are you sure that the coursework that I'm taking does not include some of the rules that you mentioned that are in existence now?
No, I'm not sure, but it's not a requirement. So depending on the course itself, of course, those standards, or not those standards, but what is taught could vary obviously from school to school. The evidence is that through people I've talked to and others, there's evidence that there are teachers that have no idea what the minimum education standards are. And maybe this becomes a bill focusing on that. I don't want to just decide that obviously right now, but I think there definitely needs to be a discussion.
Thank you. Representative Waltz.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering how you envision this happening, because if you've got a student that's educated out of state and they want to apply for credentialing here, do they have to then defer their credentialing for 3 months while they take a course on the rules of the state of New Hampshire? And to what end? Because, for example, I know my daughter, who's a first grade teacher, was educated at Boston College, both her teaching degree and her master's in education. And while she was not educated specifically on the rules of New Hampshire law, she's most certainly in her child development classes and all the curriculum classes she took was educated. And what the basic standard is that she needs to teach her first grade kids to get them reading. So I'm at a loss as to what it is that's so specific about the New Hampshire standards that's important. And I'm at a loss as to understand how somebody educated out of state is supposed to take this course.
I mean, all I can say is there's the education rules and minimum standards are there for a reason. I mean, the rules have been created. If somebody's from out of state, if this is New Hampshire's law, then they would have to, abide by it, and they would need to take a course. I mean, I guess it would be similar to, a realtor, let's say, I mean, there's a myriad of different examples, but, a realtor's licensed in a certain state, they don't automatically just get to go be licensed in another state without, sometimes they have to take some courses and then take the testing. So I think when we're talking about out of state, I would just imagine they need to follow the New Hampshire rules and laws.
Thank you very much. Representative Lakis.
Thank you. When I did my teacher certification, I took a course called Teacher in the Law, and we talked about federal law, state law, rules, how that applied to what we needed to be doing. We did not cover all of this. We couldn't have. We covered the basics. And now it's been, I don't want to say how many years, but it's been quite a few years. This all keeps changing year to year. So how do you, okay, when I was accredited, I, got my certification, I learned all of this stuff. A lot of it doesn't apply anymore. What is your suggestion for that?
Well, based on a lot of the questions and commentary I've been hearing since I've been up here, it sounds like there needs to be a focus in what may be deemed the most important area, which to me would be minimum education standards, to make sure that students have at least the minimum. Obviously, teachers can go way beyond the minimum, but it sounds to me maybe this should be a bill where we're focusing on the minimum education standards of students.
Further questions, Representative Waltz.
Thank you. It would seem to me that most teachers are teaching from curriculum directed by the district in which they teach, and that the director of curriculum should be the one that's really focused on the minimum education standards, that's their job, and then it's the job of the teacher to follow the curriculum of that district so that they would not necessarily have to know the minimum education standards. Don't you agree that that's a more likely scenario?
It makes sense, but I'd have to think about that some more.
Are there any further questions? Representative Luno.
Thanks very much. Thanks for joining us this morning, and for your concern about students being educated to at least the minimum education standards. My question the question sort of goes to that though. What are your thoughts as far as how the average student statewide is performing, compared to other states? I guess is there a problem is what.
Yeah, I don't have data on that. My sense is that New Hampshire is doing fairly well, but I think always striving to improve further would be, I think, a goal that would be always worthwhile.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions? Not seeing hands. Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
All right. I won't call you Representative Appleby. Are you willing to, take any questions, or do you have something to offer? We will need pink cards for those which are testifying or presenting some support. Even on an informational basis, just fill one of these things out. Just say information not either you're for or against. You don't have to do that part. Welcome.
Thank you, and good morning, representatives, and thank you for your time. Steve Appleby, Director of Educator Support and Higher Education at the Department of Ed. I oversee our credentialing, educator credentialing function, and with me here is Administrator Nate Green.
Hi, so for the record, Nate Green, Department of Education. I'm here to support Steve on this particular bill as I oversee the minimum standards and administrative rules for schools. So sort of the teacher certification side and administrative rules side.
Thank you. I was hoping to potentially maybe answer a few of the questions that I just heard to shed some light on the certification side. Today, we have 12 institutions of higher education in our state that are approved by the State Board of Education to have teacher prep programs, right, educator preparation programs. And nowhere in our state rule do we require them to teach anything to do with New Hampshire state law or rule. They do teach classes, for example, special ed candidates go through special ed law classes. The majority of that focuses on federal requirements. Very little of that is state requirements. Putting something in statute that would require the programs to teach something about New Hampshire rules seems logical to us from the standpoint that everyone comes out of school at the same level. Additionally, there was a comment about out of state. Currently, many other states have state-specific requirements. So when an educator moves to that state, for example, Georgia, if you move to Georgia and you want to teach in Georgia, you have to take a Georgia history class in order to get your teaching license. So what's the solution? We don't want to create a bottleneck or a shortage, any worse than it already is. We have already in existence an intern license program. An educator can come here. If they haven't met all the requirements, they can start in the classroom immediately on an intern license. They can complete their requirements and then apply for full licensure. So we envision, if this law were to pass, that we could use that for out-of-state educators. The ask of moving the effective date out was at our request because this will give our prep programs time to develop and implement a class so that our current folks in the pipeline don't miss a beat. The informal survey I did of some of the IHEs said that January 1st was doable. So hence the date there. As far as the law is always changing, I heard that question. It was a great question. They do change every year. We know that as best of anyone. And all I would say there is many requirements change every year. And perhaps in this bill, we should address professional development. Because if you think about curriculum that's taught today, every 3 years, our educators have to have professional development to recertify. So perhaps that could be something that could be added, that maybe it's professional development. The last piece, and then I'll let Nate take over, would be administrators. A number of our educators will go down into administration, whether that's principal, special ed director, maybe someday superintendent. And while it does not seem to make sense to teach a teacher about busing and transportation rules, it may make sense if they go for an advanced certification that they have to learn it then. So again, perhaps maybe in the bill, we could break out several tiers of what would be required. So teachers, minimum standards, administrators, maybe need to know more advanced topics. That would be a suggestion. So, and I'm going to turn it over to Nate to speak to some of that as well from the minimum standard side.
I don't know, I think you answered most of the questions. I'm not sure what else I can add to that. Unless there are additional questions, I'm happy to take.
Okay, so I'll open up with a question, then I'll move it around the committee here. Of course, I've had the courses on school law, but it was generic in my master's program because I was going for administration and supervision, finance as well. However, if I'm a speech pathologist in Myrtle Beach, and I'm looking to come where the climate is wonderful and it's always warm up here in New Hampshire, and I'd like to know why, when I, as a speech pathologist, am very familiar with the regulations associated with IDEA, which are federal, and which are very comparable in most states, except this state, which we go above and beyond. But why would I then have to go through this hurdle to take some kind of a assessment, or that when we are already shy in the state, speech pathologists or life skills teachers, or even now teachers in the elementary school and the high school, which due to the situation we have with COVID. So I'm just wondering why this has to be done on a state level. I'm sure that at a local level, if there's something pertinent to what they're doing in that classroom that's relevant as far as a rule, that it can be explained by that supervisor in that school. I'm just having difficulty understanding why we need to go in this direction.
Sure. I mean, I can provide some theoretical examples. And same as you, I didn't, really become introduced to any kind of public school law until I went into my master's and doctorate courses in education. And so I think sometimes it is difficult to see from that beginning teacher who's just getting their bachelor's degree, getting their license, going into the classroom, why they need to know New Hampshire specific rules and statutes and laws. I think one thing that it has the potential to do for teachers is it opens up the possibility for innovation. Because when we go out and we meet with schools and we talk to them, if you're a school that is a low-performing school, you're looking for strategies to reach out to your students. Oftentimes, teachers and administrators feel like they have to continue to do things the same way they've always done them because that's what's required by administrative rule. That's what's required by statute. There's an assumption that business is the way that it is because that's what's required by the state. And an unfamiliarity with some of our administrative rules and some of our statutes prevents teachers, I think, from seeing where in rule and where in statute they can deviate and where they can take advantage of areas that they could innovate in the classroom or within their school or within their district. So as a theoretical possibility, I think a greater familiarity with the structure that we have in our state opens up to teachers a knowledge of where they can branch out and think outside of the box.
Thank you. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I actually have a couple of questions, if that's all right.
Well, let's hear the first one first.
So how do you envision this course? I'm a junior in college, and I'm preparing to teach elementary school. And I have to take a course in New Hampshire school law and New Hampshire school rules. It's a full semester course. I meet 3 days a week for so many hours. Who teaches it? Where do they get the textbooks? How are they tested on it? Spread it out. Show me the course. What's the course like?
I think that diving into the intention of this particular bill or this particular legislation, I think, we would need to look at the wording. Does this need to be a full course? Or is the intention more to provide familiarity with teachers of administrative rules? And right now I know that the current bill just talks about administrative rules as opposed to law and statute. I think at its smallest, at its most basic, where you can provide the most benefit across the board is that familiarity with the minimum standards, administrative rules. And so perhaps that isn't a full course. Perhaps that's something that could be included as part of the curriculum within the teacher prep program in one of the current courses that teachers are already taking. I think that's the smallest lift. I agree if it is a single course, a standalone, you would want to be more expansive than just administrative rules. You would want to go into law and statute.
Can I follow up, sir?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so when I was working toward my CAGs and my administrative certificate, I took a course in school law. It was like the chair said, it was a general course. It was a full semester, heavy load, as a graduate student with a lot of experience in the classroom. Would this not be better placed in training and certificate granting at the administrative level, with the understanding that the administrators are the ones who would share this knowledge with their classroom teachers who, to be honest, are concerned about wiping kids' noses a lot of the time of the day and that kind of stuff? I mean, that they have those down-to-earth issues to be concerned about. Would this not be better placed for a certificate for an administrator?
I think that it could have place in both of those with a different focus. I think absolutely there's a larger focus when we start talking about things like transportation and CTE education and things that are not going to be an immediate priority for most of our classroom teachers. Absolutely, that probably has a better place with administrators, which is why I mentioned, I think, when we talk about just the minimum standards themselves, that particular part of administrative rule probably has the greatest and broadest reach for the most educators in the state.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking the question. We heard earlier today about credentialing, a lot of it being done for teachers not even going to teach in New Hampshire. And we have reciprocity in other states that got their credentials. None of us. So why would this not be really, when a teacher first applies to a school, that they then have to read up and know the laws, rather than at the credentialing? They don't even know where they're going to teach at, and neither do the reciprocity states do.
Thank you for the question. I'm just trying to think about what you're asking. I apologize. So reciprocity is a term, just as a side note, is a term that's used in credentialing around the country by state departments of education. And in practice, there's actually very little one-to-one reciprocity. There's almost zero instances where someone comes to New Hampshire with a teacher license or a principal license, hands it to us, and we immediately hand back to them a local license of comparable nature. What reciprocity does is it makes it easier for teachers to move between states, but it's not a one-for-one. I think an example was given before of real estate, or there's other licensing bodies. So as it stands today, that reciprocity occurs, but there's oversight by the department of the incoming educator. So that educator's transcript and qualifications are reviewed to meet our standards. And so if in fact an educator came here from another state and this was the law, one of the requirements would be they would need to take this class. I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Yeah, just follow up, but who would be giving this class, I guess is the point.
So today, in almost every instance, if a requirement isn't met, it's one of our institutions of higher education that delivers the class, either as a certificate or a for-credit class.
Representative Moffett and then Representative Luna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here and taking our questions. I sometimes have to get a license when we rent in Lakeland, Pisaki to have a boat license for 2 weeks. And there's a body of knowledge, a handout, a booklet of stuff that I or people like myself who want that license, temporary license, need to study. We take the exam assessment online, so we keep hearing about a course or a class. Is there some way that this requirement perhaps could be met by a simple online assessment whereby the people are given the body of knowledge they need to learn, and then they sign in and take it online, as opposed to a class or a course that you keep describing?
Thank you for the question. I don't see why not, is the short answer. I mean, the bill doesn't speak to who would develop that, how we would administer an assessment. There would be a cost associated with that. So there are a number of pieces, but I don't see why that couldn't be done.
Thank you.
Representative Luna. And then Art.
Thanks very much. And question is really to Dr. Green. You had suggested during your testimony that in particular low performing schools may see a benefit by having a program like this in place, and it would allow teachers to sort of examine what their boundaries are and think a little more outside the box. And I just wanted if you could sort of expand on what you meant by low-performing schools. Do you mean like low-performing students?
Sure, I think there's probably a variety of different ways of looking at that. So you could look at it from a resource perspective. So school districts that say are struggling to use the resources that they have available to them could find ways of administering the minimum standards in different ways that would maximize their local resources. Or you could look at it from an academic and an assessment perspective. So school districts that have students or subgroups of their students that are performing low on the state assessment may look at different ways that they could administer those same minimum standards in order to reach their students or provide instruction in a different manner.
And a follow-up, Mr. Chair? So thanks. So just to follow up on that, there's a pretty clear connection between free and reduced price lunch populations or density and student outcomes. And just trying to, wondering how maybe a more concrete knowledge of the rules would somehow positively impact those schools with high free and reduced price lunch student counts.
Yeah, you're putting me on the spot here.
Well, that's what
Yeah.
that's what being a witness
So,
is all about.
I can give you one example. This is something that we've looked at with a couple of administrators that have looked to some other states that have gotten creative with their school calendars and the way that they schedule their days. When you look at the minimum standards themselves, we have a variety of different ways of measuring out our school calendar year. You can do a school year as 180 days, or you can look at it as a certain number of instructional hours. And that's a minimum that the schools are required to provide. And rather than going for what many of our schools do is they look at that 180 days, and then they look at the length of their day, and they try to make sure that they're measuring the length of the day so that by the time they get to the end of 180 days, they've met those hours requirements. There's a variety of other creative ways that you might schedule that out while still meeting the hours requirement of the minimum standards, but not necessarily the 180 days, that might provide more flexibility for different populations of students in a district. So as one example, that's a way that a school district could get creative using the minimum standards while still meeting the regulations that they're required to.
Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my questions. Real quick question. Did the department request that this bill be filed?
Frankly, I don't know. Representative Janagian reached out and asked for department to come and answer questions.
Okay,
So-
thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions? I just have one myself. Would it be, I'll get you in a second, Representative Likas. Knowing that I brought this in today, not because of this bill, because I have to reference it later on today. And I've certainly been here in this House 14 years in the capacity on the Education Committee, and I still have to go to it to reference. Wouldn't it be wiser, rather than saying, we're going to give you another rote test and just regurgitate back to us information that might be in here regarding how you operate a kitchen in a school, that wouldn't it be more important for the new certified licensed person in our state to come in and say, we have these statutes, here's where you can go find them. We have rules which govern what you're going to be, what areas you should be covering in a science class in the high school, and specifically various areas. Here's where you go to reference it. Rather than having to regurgitate, I don't know how you would ever develop any kind of an assessment of this plus everything else. Isn't it just wiser that we teach or ask of our teachers and our administrators and all those working that you know where to go to get the information as we do with students?
I think the one thing that I would say, and I agree with you, Chairman, the importance is around an understanding and a knowledge and a familiarity that the minimum standards are there, that they exist, that they govern the operation of a school building. So I think any way that we can get anybody that's working within our educational field to have an understanding both of the fact that the minimum standards exist, but also where they are and what they do, I think that's important. I think there's a variety of ways of going about doing that. whether it's a course, whether it's a test, whether it's a webinar, a workshop, or a professional development opportunity.
Thank you very much. Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Lakes.
Do you know that the teacher colleges in New Hampshire aren't doing this already? Because I know when I went, that was my understanding that that was part of the program in general. And, I mean, have you actually checked on that to know that that's not happening?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Of the 5 institutions that I spoke with, they are not. So, one at a very high level points out the website and talks about minimum standards, but there is no real discussion.
Thank you very much.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much for coming over.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Do we have any more cards here? Megan Tuttle?
Thank you, Chairman. I'll make this very quick. Megan Tuttle, President of NEA New Hampshire. We're here in opposition to this bill. I had a lot of questions that were written down, but I think everybody here asked them already. So we won't go through them again. So that's all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any questions of Megan? Hopefully not. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon, a good lunch. With that, I'm going to close this hearing, and we're going to break for lunch, and we will come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Excellent testimony by Ms. Tuttle.
I think what we ought to do is after, later on today, let them go get something to eat right now. I think people are pretty much shot. And let's do that then. Because it's only take about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Good, thanks.
Yeah. Hang around for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. the information of everybody here, that clock is accurate now. Yeah, Representative Moffett was kind enough to reach up with his height and all to change that for us. So, yeah, which movement? Reaching up or to the clock? Okay, so with that, I'd like to go ahead and look at the first bill coming up this afternoon here at 1 o'clock, HB 120202, relative to transportation of pupils to school activities by a contract carrier. Representative Bohm, you're on deck, or you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and representatives of education. This bill, remember last year, for those who weren't here, we had a bill last year from an omnibus bill from the Senate stuck in it. And we learned then that using coach buses for travel was actually illegal, even though everybody remembers using them forever. We got hung up last year on the mileage requirement that was in the bill. The original bill from the Senate had 75 miles, was that one-way round trip, and we changed it to 150 round trip. But after we voted, it dawned on some of us that we messed up. When we rush through bills, sometimes we don't think them all out. Schools use coaches for a lot of trips less than 75 miles. Some examples, school field trips out of state, going to the airport, other overnight events. And Representative Leon from last year, she was on our committee, she mentioned to me about the Londonderry Marching Band. For years have gone multiple events, including the Rose Bowl, inaugurations, etc. They go everywhere. With their equipment and suitcases, they needed coach buses. And the airport is only about 50 miles. Take coach bus. I went on a field trip some years ago to Europe. Coach bus was needed to the airport. Other school trips, nature's classroom, etc. And in most cases, these trips are not paid by taxes. Were paid by fundraisers and fees to the students. It will not be used for normal school trips. One of the problems that we came out with, why it wasn't used, there was, of course, the bus drivers' background checks. It came out, well, these are all field trips, and who else is on the bus? Parents, chaperones, and teachers, we all had background checks. And in some cases, for example, the trips to Washington, D.C., how many different bus drivers are going to have taken the trip? You don't know what state they're even in. So after that was approved, it was recommended that I put in the bill to get rid of the mileage proponent. And if you see on the bottom, it used to require travel at least 150 miles round trip. Just taking that out because we know it's being used for less than that, and there's no really need for the mileage requirement. And thank you. I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions from the committee for Representative Bohm? Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, thank you for taking my question. I'm just wondering why you added are approved by the school board. That's in dark. And what exactly does that mean as far as what does the school district approve?
Well, that's already in law, or approved by the school district.
It's printed as new in the bill.
Yeah, maybe, I'm sorry, yeah. But yeah, if the school district approves it, then if it's not in law, that's what I meant. Yeah, it had to be approved by the school district.
But what are they approving?
That you can use the bus for that trip, for that activity. In other words, even though, like the Londonderry Marching Band, for example, they can't just go out and hire the bus. It's got to be approved by the school district.
So, if I may have a follow-up?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So, not to make this too complicated, because I agree that the mileage should be increased, okay? That's fine. I'm just wondering, when I've done sports or field trips or anything like that, and we've gotten, a bus, a big bus, like you said, it happens.
Yeah.
A lot of times the school pays for it. Sometimes the kids raise the money to get the bus. So the approval by the school district, so like a group that represents the school couldn't just go out and raise money, hire the bus, and not go through the school board?
I mean, everything, I mean, the school district, that's why it doesn't say school board, school district, right? I mean, it's, everything got to be approved somewhere. I mean, you can't just go, a classroom can't just say, hey, we're going to go here and we'll get a bus. It's all got to be, somebody's got to approve it. So it's got to go up the line, and somebody's got to know about it.
Representative Bohm, I have a question. It's a follow-up to that
Yeah.
line of thinking. Would it be wise to put a period after services?
And where in special education,
Services, period.
okay. If we want to make that amendment,
Well, I'm just asking, maybe in, future committee debate here, they may be able, or questioning, they might be able to further that. But that would be, something I asked and for you to think about. Representative Ford.
well, approved or, approved. No, authorized or approved, is there a difference? I mean, yeah. I don't know, anybody
Further
else?
questions? Further questions, Representative Porter?
Mr. Chair, would you repeat what your,
My
want the sentence-
position is, as a school principal,
yeah, no, I just.
we had the authority to do that.
Right, I just wanted to know what you were proposing.
I would-
So the sentence would, please let me just finish. Job training programs, field trips, and special education transition services, period, are approved by the school district?
No, the rest would be out.
Or are you taking out?
I'm suggesting the rest is gone,
Okay, thank you.
yes. Except for that last school activities, which is already law.
Right.
Further discussion or questioning from the committee of Representative Bohm? This is your last chance to get him.
No, I got another bill later.
Okay, try that. Okay, not seeing any more, so we will close this hearing. Unless, do we have any more pink cards? I didn't see any here. No. No. Wait a minute.
Yeah, just maybe a question for the department.
Sure, sure. Which one would you want? Both of them? Okay. Welcome, Representative Fenton.
Oh, no, you keep
Senator
promoting
Fenton.
me. You know Commissioner Edelbluth's going to have a stern talking to you once you keep giving me a job here. Yes.
So,
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
so thanks very much for joining us again, Ms. Fenton. When we discussed this, a similar bill last year, I know there were a number of concerns, I think, that sort of followed along the lines of student safety. And given the fact that two of the bills this morning that we heard and that you testified on were focused squarely on student safety, both from a criminal background checks for an employment, but also criminal background check for licensing. Does the provision that's in Roman 2, the proposed provision in Roman 2, with or without the part of the sentence that are approved by the school district, does that bring up any either concerns or responsibilities as far as student safety on contracted coach transports?
Thank you for the question. Just for the record, my name is Diana Fenton. I'm an attorney with the Department of Education. I appreciate the question, And the short answer is I would have to, I will have to get back to you. I have to think about it in the broader context. When we look at contract carriers, they are private entities. They are a private company. So they would fall under a contract service, which is governed by 189.13a. 189.13a, as we discussed at length this morning, deals with employment and contractors. So when I look at this in context, my answer is that as a contractor, if I am running a bus service and I am contracting with SAU number 1, they would have to run a background check on me as I am contracting with them for this service. And I think that is the umbrella of child safety that it would fall under. It would not fall within the department because we are exclusive to the school bus. And this is just kind of a one-time field trip, as has been discussed.
May I get a follow-up on that?
Yes.
So thanks very much, and thank you for your answer on that. If the bill was not amended and it included the text "are approved by the school district," would that place any additional fiduciary regards, I guess, or considerations on, I mean, let's say the school board was approving it, and the school board certainly has a fiduciary responsibility to you know, the voters, the taxpayers, the residents, the students, you know, the entire school community. Would it place the school board in maybe an additional position to want to inquire about the criminal background status?
Well, the school board, I suppose, is certainly entitled to, but the statute makes it clear that it is the superintendent that has that decision-making authority. The school board will write the policy pursuant to the statute, but my understanding in reading the law is it is the superintendent who makes that ultimate determination. And recognize that superintendents do that decision-making as it pertains to hiring choices and background checks constantly. Right. And in fact, last session, a bill was passed to allow superintendents, I believe it might have been a bill that Rep. Mullen sponsored or co-sponsored, to allow that responsibility to be designated to a certain individual, because it was so overwhelming. But I think when we look at this, we're looking at it in isolation as a bus and a bus driver, but really the context is this is a contractor. This is like any other contract service, whether it's janitorial services or lunch services or bringing people in to fix the roof services. This is a contractor, and as such, the SAU would conduct the background check. They are the governmental entity who would be in receipt of the New Hampshire record and the FBI record. They would review that record of that individual pursuant to the Section 5 violations, and then more importantly, the district policy to say, is this person appropriate to be serving in our particular school?
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Ms. Fenton.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Attorney Fenton? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We don't have any other pink cards on this bill. Not seeing anybody else to discuss that. We'll close this hearing and open the next hearing in about 10 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Help if I could put the right number of the bill down.
As long as you get the name right.
Yeah, I don't even know if I can do that today. I'm tired. What's today's date, Glenn? 19? Okay, you're gonna have to run this because I'm not gonna be here. All right, yeah, I will be there.
Yeah, right, you'll be.
So those go that way, and these go that way, okay? Here, I'll leave you one, or two. One for the record, one for you. Okay. I don't need two of these things, I don't even want two of them.
Do you have more cards for 1236? Thank you.
You got a couple minutes. Remember, that clock is accurate now. That clock is accurate now. Yeah. Oh, jeez, are you tired too? I'll tell you, I'm really dragging today. Of course, I was up at midnight.
Yeah, I know, I was up early this
And
morning.
then got up at 5 to get down here. But starting to catch up.
We can't keep up this
I
pace.
know, I know. Well, we're gonna have a week off, you know, after, prior, like, at the end, in February. This committee will get that. That's what I'm working towards. My wife wants to go to a quilt center out in Missouri, so we will have that. She's a quilter. Uh-huh. Yeah, uh-huh. Yeah, she's constantly, we go anywhere in the car and she's, I don't know how she does it. Yeah, I know, it keeps her mind off me. Pardon me? She gives them to kids, to friends, to family. We have, I have 2 grandkids who are living in Romania right now. And so she sent 2 or 3 of those over there, but you know, to ship something now to Romania, it costs like $100 just to get a small package over there. And then when it gets there, their laws say that you have to pay the equivalent of what's in the package. You know, yeah. Now, send UPS and FedEx, you don't have to do that. It's a private company going right to them. This world's weird. Hey, you know where I am too.
I think it is time for our next hearing, which is on House Bill 1236, relative to the Legislative Oversight Committee for the Education Improvement and Assessment Program. And I will call on the prime sponsor, Representative Ladd.
Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli and members of the Education Committee. For the record, my name is Rick Ladd, and I represent the town of Haverhill, New Hampshire. This bill, which we have before us today, HB 1236, is a repeal of the repeal. And let me explain where we are in that. If you were to look at the second sheet down, going in where there's a 1 that's circled by a big circle at the top with my penmanship at the top, which I don't want to brag about, I shouldn't. This is a bill that came in each year that we have sessions, or each biennium. There's always a large bill that comes in, because this legislature, be it if you're a Republican or a Democrat, we're all anxious to eliminate legislation that's outdated, no longer has any use. It's oftentimes relative to commissions, committees, boards, task force, etc. We have so many going on, it's hard to find people to serve on these particular commissions and committees, task force, councils, boards, etc. So we go through the process of finding those particular areas of statute which need to be purged or deleted from statute. You can see in this particular year, there's a number, and this bill that the first one you see here, this HB 1245, back in 2020, had 12 pages to it. One of the bills, if you go to the back page, that first one where it says page 2, and I didn't give you the other 10 pages, you can see that RSA 193C:7 and RSA 193C:8 were repealed. Now, that statutory language is language pertaining to the statewide Education Improvement and Assessment Oversight Committee, which has the responsibility of overseeing our performance program, our improvement and assessment program, our statewide improvement program, our statewide assessment program, of which we haven't changed that statutory language for several years. So naturally, that committee has not been active. But the need for that particular legislation still exists. You can go to the very back page in this pamphlet of materials I gave you. And you can see a sheet that or some correspondence I just recently received this fall from the representative from Conway, who is on Finance Division 2 at that time. And she was tasked this year to look at the bottom of the page there, you can see statutory language referencing the Advisory Council of the Education of Children who are deaf or hard of hearing, and on it goes down that list. Those are bills they were saying, hey, should we repeal these bills? Should we repeal these areas of statute? And of course, we went down and I looked at that, and I also mentioned that several legislators said, wait, there's some things here that are very useful that we are still using, and maybe it's not been reflected as far as their use. For example, if you were looking right there at the Advanced Manufacturing and Education Advisory Council, or the going on down to issues that are dealing with the Task Force on the Math Learning Community Program. That's a program which we had with the community college system in New Hampshire, dealing with Beth Dorian. And we had 36 schools involved with it at the time, where the last 2 years, while they're in high school, kids are getting a program that's more aligned to their learning, teaching styles. And for children that had difficult time at the end of sophomore year, they were put in these programs, and they were coming out better prepared for community college as a result of having this program that Beth had coordinated out of NHTI, etc. There's other areas there that you can see too that were on that list. The Home Education Advisory Council, and we know that one of the persons was on that was Barbara Shaw, and she saw that as we can't give that up right now. We need to have that continue. And I wrote back to Karen. You can see at the top of that page that I will get back to you on the commission committees mentioned below. We need to be careful on this. For example, a number of RSAs were identified on an omnibus bill back in 2020, which you have before you, and it repealed RSA 193C and 7 and 8. That's turned into a disaster, as this legislation was related to the New Hampshire Statewide Education Improvement and Assessment Oversight Committee. The Oversight Committee is key to adequacy review and needed whenever DOE opts to modify or change academic standard rules. The Commissioner and I referenced this statute when rewriting adequacy content following the Governor's veto message for 242. 242, as you recall, was the veto message dealing with adequate content of an adequate education. It had a lot more to it, but it did regarding the costing of an adequate education. But it did reference this particular Improvement Assessment Oversight Committee. But we didn't know, because it hadn't gone in the statute books, that had already been repealed. So if we had enacted 242, there's reference in 242 to this committee that doesn't exist. Going on further, it was quite a shock, in other words. So we need to be careful. I'll get back to it after completing some work on the 14 identified RSAs below. For example, the Task Force on Math Learning Communities is key to the 11th and 12th grade math courses designed to teach math to those students who have been identified as needing remedial support upon entering the community college system. As you may recall, the representative, Dan Wolf, was very involved with this program, along with myself, working with Beth, and it's shown remarkable gains. The policy committee designed the program with NHTI. It goes on to say that. So my response was, let me look through this. And I did look through it, and there's some areas that definitely notified them, don't mess with it. Even though it may not have been addressed in the last year, certainly COVID has put a lot of brakes on what we do in terms of subcommittee work, committee work, commission work, etc. So going back to you saw number one there, but number two, last night, I was looking at the statutes, just something I love to do at midnight, and it was midnight. I looked in 193H:2, which is a current statute. You can find it in the book. It references what? The Legislative Oversight Improvement and Committee on Standards, etc. So even though we evolve, and of course, if you go to the circle number 3, it tells you what the responsibilities and duties of this committee is. It's been very helpful for us in the past, and when we went to write 242, or the remake of 242, we had automatically put that in, and then we come, whoops, we can't do that. There's no way of getting this accountability back in. And certainly the legislature, when we're talking about the statewide assessment, should be involved in what we're going to use, whether it's going to be Smarter Balanced or some other instrument that we use. That's what we have that oversight over. Without that committee, we don't have it. We don't have it. It was a mistake. I'm sure if, when it was put forward in 2020, if everybody was aware of what was going on, we would probably say, put the brakes on it. We need to have that available as a tool for this particular committee here and for the legislature as a total. I think that you can see the rest of it, which I put in there. I put a copy of 242 in there, just so you would see on the last page on HB 242, that's the attachment with a 4 on it. If you went to the 4th page, and this is what we acted on on the veto day, it said right within that bill, the commissioner shall provide the legislative oversight committee identified in RSA 193C:2 with an annual status report by November 1. If there's no committee anymore, there won't be that report that we receive. So it's my opinion that we really need to have this put back in the law. I've talked with the folks across at LSR, and they see it too. I would suggest that that's the primary intent for doing this. Nothing was done to get rid of something and do any harm to our legislative process. It's one of those things when we have these large omnibus bills, without the time to really do our homework and our work, things happen. And that's what happened. I'm sure it's happened from both parties in the past. I know it has. And so I'm requesting through this legislation that we repeal that repeal, get it back in the books so we can have this oversight that we so dearly cherish here in the legislature. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll be glad to take any questions if there are any.
Yes, Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Representative Ladd, do you know how often this commission, Legislative Oversight Committee, was meeting? Were they meeting on a regular basis, or is that one of the reasons why they hadn't been meeting, and that's why it was felt that it maybe had outlived its usage?
I think that if we go back, I know that one of the last times we had a lot of discussion on it is when we left, when we looked at ESSER, and that was about, 2 or 3 years ago. There was a lot of discussion regarding the oversight and how we utilized it at that time a great deal. But since then, when we have not gone forward with changing any kind of federal legislation in regard to the law, the ESSER, we haven't addressed that. You can see that I had a need to use it when we did 242, and I think that we will all have a need when we start talking about the content of an adequate education, and secondly, when we get into the accountability and the oversight, how we account, how we measure growth and all that, that will come right back here. And it's good to have a group such as this that can get into the, let's say, the weeds on some of these assessments and try to bring forward. I know that's when we came out with the recommendation that statewide achievement shouldn't be just achievement, it should be also looking at growth. So that's one of the positive things that came out of it, Representative.
Follow-up?
So, I'm tired and I just lost my question. So, how often would this be meeting? I mean, how long are the terms of the people who are on this? I guess I'm looking at who's on the committee, and we've got members of the House and members of the Senate. Is it a 2-year term? Is it a ongoing with no ends in sight, or how long are the terms?
It's the chairman of the House Education Committee for example, I would be the chair of it this year. It does switch, like many of the committee stuff, between the Senate and the House for the bienniums.
Okay.
Prior to that would have been Representative Myler. Prior to that would have been myself for several bienniums, and then Representative Guile. They've all conducted these meetings. It's based on need, and there's no sense in having a commission meeting just for the sense of having a commission meeting. But if you're going to change where you're going with improvement and assessment, this is where this really engages. It's just like our higher education committee, which we have. That's going to be a very active committee now when we're talking merger, we're talking four-year degrees and all this other stuff at the community college level. That's going to kick in and have to work with us. I feel that it's, when we are looking for it, I think Representative Umberger was correct in contacting me before she made this decision. Well, we'll just slice and dice it. She said, what's the purpose, what's the intent,
Right.
et cetera.
So one final.
One more? Okay.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the membership, and I don't mean to cause any waves or anything, but I'm wondering if there's some opportunity for both the majority party and the minority party to appoint people onto this oversight committee, because as it stands now, it could be all the majority, if that's how the majority wanted it. And I know in the past there were efforts made to make sure that.
Yeah, I have no I think the whole purpose of it is, I think there's people here all around this room, which if they had the time, because we could be in a year where we needed that to really engage in what we're doing, but it's, I would look first for the understanding that people have about improvement, assessment, and I would hope, you're correct. It's not a party thing. This is all the kids in the state. This is how we measure our performance as a state in terms of achievement that we talk about all the time here. We've talked about it today.
But we do have different viewpoints on certain items, and it might
Well,
be
that's fine. You know,
important to have
that's
those
part of-
different viewpoints.
That's part of our
present in the room.
society and our way of life. If we all thought the same, I think we'd be worse off.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is probably a teachable moment for me and for you to give me this information, but one of the things I've had difficulty finding is the reports that are supposed to be given to the Education Committee. Since I've been on the Education Committee, this is my third term, I have not officially received a report from any kind of working group, whether it's the legislative oversight committees usually in the law state that the report is available to the Education Committee. And I thought it would be handed out, but, you know, I'm willing to go and search for it too. But I would like to know where these reports have been published in the past and how they're distributed.
Yeah. I think dissemination of the materials is very important. It's just like I have a couple of reports in there on the desk right now, and I mentioned it the other day, the bullying report and the other one. That's all information that everybody should have a chance to see and read. The Higher Education Committee has been meeting, and that's resulted in a bill that we have coming forward before us, which is the bill dealing with the merger of Granite State and UNH. We've had other groups that have meeting, like the Council for Career Technical Education. We have folks here on this committee that are part of that. There again, the recommendations are coming forward in legislation. The minutes of the meetings are provided and put into that folder, but they're not disseminated outwards. For one thing, we have so many commissions and committees. I believe that it would be wise for us to try and get that information out somehow to those that are interested in receiving this material. Definitely to the folks which are in leadership on the committee, be it myself or be it the ranking person in the minority, whatever given year that is. We have had this issue for a long time. I can remember when I first came on here, I didn't even know these things existed. And I didn't know, I hadn't read all the statutes, I guess, or the rules. But I would support what you're saying, Representative Tanner. There's got to be a better way of getting this information out. Some of it's extremely important. And there has been question whether, for example, we even need a higher education committee. I think that rotates between the Senate and the House. I think if you look back, the years that we have been most effective are the years we have House leadership in those committees and commissions. Nothing against the Senate, but if we put down any committee or commission that we're developing, and we put down 3 senators, it'll come back 1. And we'll be lucky to get 1. We'll get all our representatives, and they will be working on it. That's happened on the group we had for tuition, transportation, and CTE for the first several sessions. It was just reps there at the table until the others were appointed. So I think there's a genuine reason why we need these. If we don't have them, we're losing our oversight of where we're going with legislation now and into the future. And I just put the red flag up as a caution. Be careful.
Any further questions from the committee? Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Representative Ladd. When I read this bill, I obviously looked at all of the duties of this committee. And my question to you is, who is doing all of the work that this committee had been doing prior to this being repealed? Or is it not being done?
There has not been any oversight since this was done away with back, 2020. Prior to that, so you'll see some of the changes which are occurring in statute happening in 2017. That's right about the time that the ESSER came out and we dug in and did some work, and that committee was very involved with it. We've also been involved in years with this oversight when we went into Common Core, if you recall, way back. To send our waiver, our application in, they had to get approval from that committee, which I believe it came out like a 4-3 vote to go ahead and submit. And that was back when we had Virginia Berry as commissioner and Paul Leather as the deputy. He sat at that meeting. That was a good meeting. I can remember it. And we were moving in a good direction. It's going to be just as good as what we put into it. If we could sit back and do nothing, and we're going to get whatever comes at us.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And next, we have Dr. Green from the department.
Good afternoon. Nate Green from Department of Education, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee has for the department.
Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome back, Dr. Green. I guess I'm going to ask you the question that I just asked Representative Ladd. There is a ton of oversight designated to this committee with regards to academic standards and pupil identification and statewide performance targets. Who's been doing the work, or what is your understanding, Dr. Green, of who's been doing the work in the absence of the Legislative Oversight Committee?
Sure. So we have a pretty comprehensive system that includes both department and state employees as well as contractors that do a lot of work on our accountability and assessment system. But when we talk about oversight, as something that is oversight of the work itself, we have an accountability state task force. There's about 30. It's mostly made up of superintendents, principals, some of the department representatives, and some teachers. It's a group that was recently reformed. They had done some similar work as Chairman Ladd had talked about back in 2017 when we were moving from No Child Left Behind to ESSA. And so they had, I think they hadn't met for about 2 years. And then about 8 months ago, we started meeting with that group again. And they reformed because, as you said, there's a lot of work that does need to go on. And we felt like we wanted some of that oversight to come from the field as well.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Green. So that group is reformed that you've just been talking about. Where can we find out the information about who's on the group, if they are issuing reports and minutes of the meetings?
I can provide that to the House Education Committee. It's something that we can probably post on our website as well. We've had one official meeting of the group. The next meeting of the group is going to be February 1st.
And as a follow-up?
Yes.
So can other reports be on that website as well, from different oversight groups or focus groups that you have? I mean, I just, I started out the rules wanting to have access to that, and I just feel like I need to have more access to some of this information.
Absolutely. I don't see why not.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think that's the end of the people who want to testify. So I will close the hearing on House Bill 1236. In a few minutes, we'll start the next hearing.
Now that we're out of hearing, I just want to add something. As luck would have it, I happened to have lunch today with Karen Ebel, who had just come from legislative administration, where they're trying to revive the committee on committees to look at abolishing all these committees. And she said that it passed last session and it died in committee of conference coming from the Senate. The chair and current House wouldn't agree to. So they're trying all over again. So just this morning at 11:45, legislative administration heard the bill on reestablishing the committee on committees to start abolishing things all over again. I just thought you guys might find that interesting that this is all going on at the same time today.
It's just amazing that, here we have oversight even on the state board in delivering their new rules to us. We've given that up by eliminating this particular group. It's information that we need, and we should really pursue it. But I agree with you. They're all looking at it. Doesn't matter which party, they always do this, and that's their job. Slice and dice.
It was just the timing of it, that it was all today.
You can't talk with these things on, you get all wet.
Thank you.
That's good. I think we can come up with something together on that. What you just talked about.
Oh, yeah, it's, if we wanted to get a new improvement plan, or if we wanted to talk about it.
Yeah. I think we can modernize the membership a little
Oh,
bit.
I concur.
And I agree with you that you can't put 3 senators, you're not gonna find 3 senators to do it.
That's a joke.
So
That's right.
we might be able to do a 5 of us too.
You may,
So
or you.
Let them decide.
Let
They
them
just want
decide
to be
that.
like, let's say 5 House members.
Yeah, sure,
Would you still do a rotating chairmanship between the Senate?
See, that's,
Not if you've got that type of leadership.
see,
Right,
that's
exactly,
the
right. We
problem.
know that the Senate's not going to.
You would think that what's going on in higher ed right now, that the Higher Education Committee would be meeting, right? They only met because I went to Ruth and said, Ruth, do you know you're chair of this thing? Oh, really? And what's going on? Well, we've been talking merger of both systems. Now we're talking merger of within.
Pretty critical time.
We're doing this, and what's happening is we're having to start doing this with subcommittee work. And, or like we did, remember the group we got together and we looked at the 30 or 40 type questions regarding the larger merger?
Yeah.
And we said, slow down.
Yeah, no, that worked out well. I thought the Public Higher Education Study Committee worked well. 2 years ago.
And we
We've
were
had a
very
lot.
fortunate though,
Lot.
because Division Two had asked for that report. Now, and see, there's, what, I agree, I wouldn't rotate it between the Senate and House.
No, keep it House.
Yeah.
And you know what, Senate's probably gonna be just fine with that. That, you know,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
sometimes it's better to be a member rather than driving.
I'd give them one member and they can elect whoever they want or put,
Give them one or two.
whatever.
Yeah,
They-
give
but
them
they're-
two and they'll send one.
But yeah, and they're gonna be happy not to chair it.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
that's- let's see, I was talking with Mel over lunch. Thinking that maybe you and Mel and I could Zoom tomorrow afternoon, just really quickly.
What day's tomorrow, Thursday?
Thursday, it'd be like 4 o'clock, after we're done.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
And Mel can stay flexible. But we just wanted to talk about what we talked about.
Okay, yeah.
Which is, let's see if we can come to, you know, eye to eye on what we agree on, what amendments we can agree on.
I think
stuff
that's
like that.
a wise thing.
And-
So,
and-
so
and what-
where are we gonna do that? Right here?
We'll just Zoom right here.
So Glenn and I could stay,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then you and Mel,
yeah.
and we could talk.
We'll
We
just
can
do it,
try
we'll
to
just do
figure-
it right here at the desk.
Sure,
You know,
that
or in your
works.
office, whatever works.
Yeah, that's fine.
And-
Right here's fine.
Yeah, and, you know, I think Mel also, because he's a resource. While we're here doing hearings,
Yeah.
he can actually go through, bills and, you know, put a report together and stuff like that too. So,
I was, I had you make the motion on the Granite State.
yeah, I've got the blurb.
Oh, you got it done, because I
No,
was
I
gonna
haven't- I
say,
haven't
Dave,
done it.
if you haven't, I could just give you one and see what you think, and then,
I'm happy to do it.
okay. Because I got a little sheet too with bullets on it, you could have it.
If you want to send it over to me, that'd be great.
I'll send that
Yeah.
stuff to you.
Yeah.
Because we don't have to make that very long.
Yeah,
because,
no,
it's-
three sentences, it's on
3 or 4
consent.
sentences at the
Yeah.
max.
Great,
Yeah.
you send me 3 and I'll add one more.
Gee.
So,
Yeah. Yeah. See, I think these oversight, yeah, a lot of times they don't meet, and we're losing something. But if we're really serious about doing our work here, I hear a lot of good questions in these hearings that, wow, wouldn't it be great if we could have another group that we wouldn't have to always be putting together a subgroup,
yeah,
direct them there.
yeah.
And what's the agenda that's put together on these oversight committees? They don't know what's going on, so then we have folks that are making decisions. We could have superintendents making all these
We'll never
decisions
meet,
on us.
yeah.
Yeah, which, it's not the way we operate.
Right.
Yeah, so, okay, so
I'm gonna-
tomorrow,
Yeah,
right
yeah, yeah,
afterwards,
so
that's good.
tomorrow right after we're done. There'll be the 4 of us. And
Yeah.
I've got to head out of here at 2:30 for 2:45 up in Commerce.
Okay, okay.
And we've got a good group of people to testify, so, on that.
That's that bill, right?
Yeah,
Okay, I gotta come
1622.
Okay, I'll go upstairs, because I want to sign in.
Yeah.
Abstract random.
Yeah, 1622.
Pardon me?
1622.
Yeah, 1622, upstairs, okay.
Ready for Ralph?
Yeah, you can go ahead, I'm just gonna run upstairs to get my John Henry in on it.
Okay.
Come right back.
Clerk, it's going to be a minute.
So it's gonna be a minute. Jeff,
Would you like me to sit?
just pass me the cards.
Yes.
These,
Would you like me to be the clerk for a minute? Want me to line them up in representative order?
okay. Okay, I think we're just about ready for our next bill, which is House Bill 1639, relative to the Youth Risk Behavior Survey in schools. And I will call on the prime sponsor, Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the Education Committee. For the record, I'm Ralph Bohm, Hillsborough District 20. I have 10 on the thing because that's the new district going to be in, and I couldn't remember which one I was on, which district. Anyway, from town of Litchfield. Youth Risk Behavior Survey. Some years ago, some of you were here, I introduced a bill to put a rein in on non-academic surveys. Parents had to be notified and questions provided. First bill was for opt-out. It was later changed to opt-in. Bill finally passed and is now law, even though there have been multiple tries to change it over the years. Argument is that schools in some cases get money for doing the surveys. Selling student information for money, I guess, is okay for some. However, the Youth Risk Behavior Survey was left in. This survey is taken as a joke by most high school students. When I was on the school board, this was given in our high school. I heard from my spies that the students were taking this as a class project. For example, how many times do we get drunk? Mary, does your boyfriend hit you? Do you take drugs? Some weeks later, our principal came to our school board meeting with the disastrous results. I then informed him how the survey was taken. The student school board member, we have 2 on our school board, student, verified this. Other schools have the same issues. When students know the survey is being taken, social media goes rampant with entries on how to answer the questions. Also, parents need to know what their children are being asked. Parental rights. All questions on any survey must be given to parents so they can make the decision to allow their child to take the survey. Over the years, we've heard arguments that parents do not get the permission slip for the survey, so they do not opt in. Interesting, parents have to give an opt-in for field trips. Those seem to be returned. Parents don't opt in because they don't want the child to take it. Now, also nowadays, this can also be done electronically, emails, etc., to the parents. Also, sexual questions. How many high school students will answer that they are not sexually active? Do any of you remember when you went to high school? These surveys are a joke, and high school students treat them as such. Answers over time have changed. For example, when I went to high school, if you asked students if they were sexually active, of course, 90% of the boys would say yes, and only 10% of the girls would say yes. Now, probably now 90% say yes, and which are still all lies. Now, some may testify that this survey, and others are all academic. It is the school's responsibility to teach and not be social workers. These surveys only interfere with the student learning activities. For example, in the CTE committee that I'm on, it came out that some CTE students may miss their CTE courses because this survey is taking at their sending school. It's been proven time after time that no survey is anonymous. And at what percentage does it make the survey immaterial if only some are answered correctly? Remember, this survey is done by the CDC, and depending on what administration is in power, questions do become political. In the past, there were questions on guns at home. Now I bet there will be questions on vaccinations. Another argument is that they need the entire school to take the survey to get the full result. What difference? Students answering as a joke or not answering at all? And thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Just
Thank
one
you.
last point. I did find an error on line 12, which I'll get fixed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Next, David Goldstein.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is David Goldstein. I'm the Chief of Police in the City of Franklin. And I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire Associations of Chiefs of Police, and we object to the bill as written. And quite simply, we object to the portion that's opt-in. We would prefer to leave it as opt-out. And the example that I had relative to that is a student's backpack. How many parents actually get to know what kind of paperwork's in there? I've been a police officer for over 42 years, and I've been a police chief for over 18 years. And in light of this particular committee, I'll share a little bit of my background and as to why we have an interest in this particular bill. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology, a master's degree in public health, and a PhD in counseling and human services, and I am working on a second PhD in psychology and sociology at present. And by the way, Mr. Chairman, just for future reference, the configuration of the flags is incorrect, unless we're looking out the window. In Franklin, we depend on the youth behavior, the YRBS. Approximately 13 years ago, we applied for a multi-million-dollar grant to study youth behavior relative to drug abuse. And from a public health point of view, we wanted to look at it from a primary prevention point of view. As opposed to rehabilitation and treatment, we wanted prevention. The YRBS gave us a great deal of information that we were able to use in applying for a multi-million-dollar grant that is still in effect today and has another 3 years to run. We certainly are appreciative of the fact, as in any survey research, the difficulties that one runs into with questionnaires, but there really is no other way to get this information. The comments of the previous speaker are taken certainly with a grain of salt, because I'm unaware personally of any of the facts and circumstances that underlie his arguments, the resources that he relied on for those. Certainly, children will be children, students will be students, we understand all of that. But again, we do get some legitimate results from the YRBS. So with that, again, we would only ask that it be an opt-out as opposed to an opt-in, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee might have.
Thank you very much, Chief. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming to meet with us today. Would you say that your work with youth in the city of Franklin is affected by the information that you get from the Youth Risk Behavior Survey?
Absolutely. What we do is we work directly with all of the schools in the city, while the YRBS is primarily high school, as you well know. For a while, we were able to do middle school as well, but it became untenable to be able to do that. But yes, the short answer to your question is it does help us with the teachers and with the students and trying to develop these programs, specifically in our case, for primary prevention on drug abuse.
Further questions? Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Can you answer for me, are the results of these surveys confidential?
Yes. From our point of view, they absolutely are. And I've seen nothing in my school system, and I'm very close with our superintendent and the school board. I've seen nothing to suggest otherwise.
Can I follow up?
Follow up?
So after the survey is taken, are they taken on the computer, or are they taken paper and pencil? And when they're done, what happens with that material?
That I don't know because we don't get involved in that part. That's strictly up to the school.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Ford?
Representative. Phone here. You've got the various levels of expertise, uncommon perhaps in the average person in your position.
Yes.
As such, I think, would you be able to give us suggestions, I guess is the right word, for how we might improve the testing so that we don't get capricious, unserious answers in such, in other words, how do you turn it into a valid survey in your opinion?
Well, again, I don't think it's invalid at this point, so I would suggest that we continue with it.
Make it better.
Make it better, certainly. Well, again, I guess I'm old-fashioned. I've been around an awful long time. And I still believe that students and teachers have a very special and strong bond. And I believe that teachers become teachers in order to do that and to work with their students and to help them. And I think that's the most important thing right there, is to keep that bond as strong as it can be for as long as it can be. And then we'll get the legitimate results from our students because they'll trust their teachers. There's no reason not to trust a teacher, at least in my opinion. Other than that, certainly we can continue to look at the application of the survey itself, how it's done, if it's done properly. Again, the question about computer versus paper and pencil, any of that stuff. Certainly we can look at that. But I think it's a very valid study right now. In public health, which this essentially is, in public health research, these are the types of questions we have to ask if we want to know what's going on. Do we want to turn a blind eye to some of these questions? Yes. Sexual behavior amongst adolescents is kind of embarrassing for everybody, but that way we can address issues that children might have. Drug abuse, from our point of view, is incredibly important because we've lost a generation to drug abuse. And I challenge anybody to tell me we have not, because I see it on a daily basis. And my officers see it, and the rest of my colleagues in the state see it, and we're just a small state. So certainly, I think that we just maintain and we continue forward. There are other studies in history. The Framingham study on cardiac issues is ongoing. It's a longitudinal study. It's been going on for decades in order to follow some of these things. We need to have this kind of information. So certainly, I guess, to try to answer your question in short form is keep the relationship going, and that's the best thing we can do, in my humble opinion.
Follow up?
Yes.
Could I ask you further then, what correlations are made that you can quantify, like behavioral incidents of one sort or another, sexual aggression, by any kind of violence, anything that you might link with this in some way? Is that link made, and is it used in the analysis of how you do things in a
Yes.
particular school?
It can be. And again, I'm going to use our example of drug use
Understood.
or drug abuse. And we see this, and now we know who we want to aim our efforts at, let's say, what group, what age group, what socioeconomic group, what have you. Certainly we see that, and again, working in conjunction with the school board, with the teachers, with the counselors, with the social workers, et cetera, in the school system. So we can do that. You can take all this information, you can apply any statistics you want to it for analysis, try to any kind of correlational statistics, and certainly we can come up with something. But in our case, I can speak best to the drug issues.
Understood. Thank you very much.
You're more than welcome.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions? Representative Tanner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Chief, for coming today. Anecdotally, have you seen anything that leads you to believe that this survey is so skewed by people just not taking it seriously, kids not taking it seriously?
I can say no, and I have not yet, in my 13 years with Franklin Police Department, I have not heard that from anybody in the administration of the schools.
Further questions? Chief, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I've seen you in the hall for years and years and years. Welcome.
Thank you.
Have you had the opportunity to work with the department? I know you've represented your association. Have you had the opportunity to work with DOE in terms of the type and nature of questions which are asked on a youth risk behavior survey put out by the CDC? The department has an opportunity to either put questions in or not. Has law enforcement been ever asked to, or suggest issues that need address within that survey?
To a large degree, no. I think what's happened with law enforcement is we've accepted the survey as it is and allowed the experts at CDC to design and develop the questionnaires and the questions themselves. Some years ago, I did meet with the Commissioner, Commissioner Edelblut, and discuss some of this with him in a very cursory way. I had some questions for him about this as well as other issues. But other than that, quite frankly, no. But I'm certain that we would be happy to do so if we were invited to do so.
Thank you. Further questions from the chief? Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Next would be New Futures, Rebecca Petoskey. You have written testimony as well? Sure. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Rebecca Wojtkowski, and I'm the Kids Count Policy Coordinator at New Futures. I'm here today on behalf of Kids Count and also our Children's Behavioral Health Coordinator, Emma Savini, who cannot be here right now. New Futures appreciates the opportunity to provide testimony in opposition to House Bill 1639 relative to the Youth Risk Behavior Survey in schools. New Futures is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that advocates, educates, and collaborates to improve the health and wellness of Granite Staters. We are dedicated to supporting and strengthening a comprehensive and integrated system of care for children and youth who education officials use this anonymous data to track trends and develop health systems and policies that prevent and address risky and unhealthy behavior by high school students. Particularly in the age of COVID, it is important to recognize any changes in health behavior patterns in students so that schools, parents, and programs can adjust their strategies to support youth accordingly. The YRBS is purposefully structured as an opt-out program in order to maximize participation and expand data collection as widely as possible to capture trends among different population sets. This was a recognition of the importance of gathering certain data in our schools and the fact that surveys that require active consent often end up with insufficient sample size, biased samples, and underrepresentation from individuals who are experiencing family stress due to poverty, substance use, violence, and cultural differences. By removing this exemption and shifting YRBS from opt-out to opt-in, this bill will negatively impact data collection and reduce the effectiveness of youth safety and wellness programs in New Hampshire. These programs require data collection at a local level to track student success, identify issues or system gaps, and comply with mandatory requirements from federal funders. New Futures unquestionably understands the desire to protect students through the active involvement of parents and guardians. Under the statute in its current form, parents are still informed of when a survey is conducted in their child's school, they are given access to survey materials, and they are allowed to opt their child out of participation either in writing or electronically. The statute as it's currently written strikes the proper balance between parental interest and the state's interest in tracking data and should not be changed through House Bill 1639. It would be irresponsible to severely limit data collection at a time where the health and safety of New Hampshire's youth is so fragile. For these reasons presented, New Futures strongly urges the committee to vote House Bill 1639 and expedite to legislate. And I will make a note that we had many of our prevention partners and providers sign on online that cannot be here today. So through my testimony, I also represent their opposition to this bill as well. And I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Representative Moffett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here and for taking my question. So as I look at this proposed measure, there's I see three things that the prime sponsor is looking to have happen. He adds the word race as a list of factors at the bottom. He also says that the local school district should approve the YRBS survey. And then the third thing is opt-in rather than opt-out. So those are the three components or the three changes that I see here. So I know you're in opposition to this. So which of those components, all three of them, or you're opposed to all three of those?
All three of them. In particular, changing it to an opt-in instead of an opt-out. But at New Futures, we support the YRBS as it is, how the public health works with the CDC to have specific questions on the YRBS. So to that extent, we oppose any changes to the current statute.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Are there further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much. Ms. Chawla from DHHJ. You've marked down 10 minutes. Can you just try to squeeze a little tighter than that, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Dear Chairman and member of the Commission, can you hear me okay?
Could you move the mic
Thank
closer
you.
to you, please?
Oh, sorry. My name is Jiahui Chawla. I'm the Bureau Chair for Public Health Statistics and Informatics at the Division of Public Health Services. I'm here today in opposition to House Bill 1639 and Act relative to the Youth Risk Behavior Survey in schools. The Youth Risk Behavior Survey, YRBS, is a standardized voluntary survey designed to monitor resilience and health behavior that contribute to the leading of cause of death, disability, and social problems among youth and adults. New Hampshire has conducted YRBS since 1993 and has consistently promoted the opportunity for parent review. The survey has been designed to protect the privacy of those participating, but regardless of reason, parents have the opportunity to opt their children out of participation. Per New Hampshire statute, school district must notify parents of a non-academic survey or questionnaires and its purpose. Public Health makes the YRBS questionnaire available at least 1 month before the first school conducts the survey. The questionnaires is also published on DHHS webpage. Parents or guardians have the opportunity to review the questions and or discuss with their children prior to the survey. School districts and school boards have the freedom to vote for participation and to take opt-in or opt-out approach. Since YRBS is voluntary, students can drop out or decide not to participate anytime during the survey. Students may skip any questions they do not wish to answer, and students may stop taking the survey at any point without penalty. Schools may also decline to participate at any time, even after the survey is conducted. New Hampshire uses passive parental permission to administer YRBS. The proposed legislation will require YRBS to use active parental permission, which is opt-in. Active opt-in requires more time and resources from both state and schools, and will likely reduce the number of students who participate in the survey. Following up with parents related to opt-in permission forms will be time-consuming and will cause additional burden to the survey process. It is anticipated that opt-in requirement would create a significant barrier to the collection of meaningful data about youth risk behavior. Public Health anticipates the response rate will decrease with opt-in requirement. Low response rate on surveys makes data less reliable and less variable, and if the response rate goes below 60%, the survey will not be representative of the New Hampshire high school student population. Other states that have required active parental permission have been unable to meet this requirement for student participation, and have since been unable to gather important data to guide public health policy and schools and community prevention programs. As a result, the opt-in requirement will create a situation in which New Hampshire communities and schools may have no state-specific data available. Given the emphasis that New Hampshire has placed on eliminating and preventing risk behaviors such as vaping, drinking, violence, suicide, bullying, and harassment, and more, it is imperative that we should not hinder our efforts by placing unnecessary barriers in the way of meaningful data collection. The school district may not have the YRBS data, the school district, by not having YRBS data, may not have sufficient resource that could support students and districts with identified needs related to behavioral health or substance use disorders. Programs assisting with students at risk of early substance use disorder could help prevent the occurrence of long-term chronic disease implications that are detrimental to the individual and could have implications for New Hampshire Medicaid resources. As written, RSA 186.11(9)(d) protects and promotes parent participation. Parents have access to the information they need to make informed decisions, and schools have the tools and information they need to create data-informed curriculum and prevention programming. By adding unnecessary barriers, which is a being requirement to participation, New Hampshire will lose the data we need to develop policy that protects youth. In order to preserve access to important information that is representative of the needs, strengths, and risk to New Hampshire youth, DHHS opposes the change described in House Bill 1639.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there questions of the speaker? Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today. One question, one of the key items with the proposed legislation is an opt-in participation for parents to decide on. Based on your testimony, it looks like school boards have the freedom to vote for either an opt-in survey or an opt-out survey. Am I
That's
understanding
correct.
that correctly?
Yes. So the current practice that we are taking is opt-out. So we don't ask school to say you need to opt in or you need to opt out. We give the school board to decide whether they want to participate via BS or whether they want to take opt-in or opt-out option. We did have a school in the past chose opt-in approach, and the state public health provided opt-in templates for them to be able to communicate it with parents. But in the next survey cycle, that particular school chose opt-out option because they didn't get enough students or enough opt-in forms to be able to perform the survey.
Follow up, if I could?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. There was just one school, to your knowledge, that chose an opt-in participation. And they subsequently changed that so that, do all schools know that you have provided for an opt-in based on a school board vote?
Yes, we provide training ahead of the survey started to the school administrators. And just because of COVID this year, the training program that we provide is like online documents that we posted online for school administrators to be able to look at the slides and take questions and then communicate with us how they would like to administer the survey in their schools. So we do have opt-in templates as well as opt-out templates provided to the schools if they require.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Tanner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. In your experience, or the experience of the department, do you find that the schools find this information valuable?
Yes, we do have schools, they find the information very, very valuable. So we provide a community level report to school districts, to superintendents directly. So for community level report, we do not release to anyone except superintendent. And if someone else would like to request the specific community level report, we will need to get a consent from superintendent so that we can release to that particular individual who requests the survey result. So some schools, they also posted their community level report on their own website, in my knowledge, that to share the information with their own communities. And schools, as far as I know, and also in my knowledge, that has some grant requirement, and they utilize the YRBS result for their prevention or for their curriculum, etc. So yes, to your question, schools find the YRBS data is valuable, yes.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Litchfield.
Thank you. If I may, I have two questions. The first question is, would it be fair to say that we're kind of making a large assumption here that this information is being disseminated to the school board, whether or not they have the option to even have this survey, or whether or not it's opt-in or opt-out? And would it be fair to say that it's a very large assumption to make at this point in time that parents are just choosing not to respond versus they really don't want their children taking this survey?
So for the first question, if I understand your question correctly, schools board have the vote, for some schools, excuse me, I should say that for some schools, in my knowledge, that they work with the school board to vote whether they want to have a YRBS this year or not. And then if they vote to participate YRBS, then they will let us know, let the state know whether they would like to take opt-in or opt-out approach. Did I answer your question if I didn't get it right?
You did. I can tell you I've been on school boards 15 years now, and not once have I ever been asked that question, though. May I follow up with a second
Yes,
question?
yes, you
please?
may.
Okay. My second question is the fact that we are being told that this information is being kept confidential. We have a wide range of size in schools throughout this state, which would lead me to believe that there could be privacy issues, for example. How confidential is this if so far I'm hearing the results are being given to the superintendent, the police department, the Department of Health and Human Services, and being posted on the school website?
Those are not the survey itself. Those are the aggregated data. The report that we collected from the survey result, we aggregated and then do the time trend chart or by gender, this kind of graphic information as a report to the school. So it's not a survey itself, it's not the record level that students answered for each question. No, we don't release that at all.
Thank you.
Further question, Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you know in the schools that are doing the opt-out, what percentage of families or opt out? Do you know the average of an opt-out?
This further information is not communicated with the state. So we give the schools for their own to work on the opt-in, opt-out. We do not know the percentage or the number of the opt-in or opt-out in a particular school.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for you. I'm curious to know if the results of the survey are made available. In other words, certain groups are getting a hold of this information, but are the results for a particular school or school district posted on their website so that all can see where we're going in terms of any particular question, if, you know, track it back over the years?
So for the data dissemination, YRBS has two portions. The first portion is the sample size, which is for each school or for each area, we pick the samples, and then the samples doesn't represent the specific school. Those sample size is about maybe, on top of my head, like 1/3 of the total high school population. We send it to CDC with no school with no class information in it. Then CDC will collect with other states together and then make the data analysis and make the results available to look at the key indicator. For example, the percentage of students who reported or who answered they were Asian. This type of questions available on the CDC website. The community level report that I mentioned to the superintendent specifically is the information for each individual question for the specific survey year for each individual question to that school only. We also put the state level data as well as the region level data as a comparison for superintendent to understand how the school performed or after the survey result analyzed how the school performed compared to the state level or the region level.
So,
And that report is only delivered to the superintendents, and it's up to school how they would like to utilize their own specific community level report.
Do you know of any schools in this state that are posting the aggregated data for that school or school district and posting it on the web?
As far as I know, I think Bedford High School.
One school?
I didn't look into all the schools, but Bedford High Schools, they as far as I know, that they post their community level report on their own website.
That's interesting. Thank you very much. Representative Tanner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if you could explain any kind of benefit that you have seen come out of this survey as far as perhaps programs that HHS has done or grants that they've given or, some concrete, why are we doing this and what are the benefits for it? Because it seems like we're more focused on how it's being done.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Chairman Ladd and members of the committee. My name is Abby Rogers. I'm the legislative liaison for the Division of Public Health Services. I think I can take that question. The data that's collected by the YRBS is used to determine both federal grants and grants to affect substance use disorders, other mental health treatments, to combat vaping, alcohol use, as I said, substance use disorders. So the data used is better to inform what is going on in the schools, and then, of course, that affects the greater community, and those grants are given based on that data. So they are able to match the needs identified in the data with the YRBS with what's going on in the school districts, and those grant funds are given, and that's why it's especially important not to make the survey an opt-in, because we would lose that data and potentially lose those federal dollars to help school districts and the communities.
Yes, you may.
So that's from your standpoint at the state government level, that, it's grants kind of thing, and we heard from the police chief of Franklin about how it affects how they are dealing, and also grants that they get locally, to approach particularly the drug problem, but other problems as well. Do you have any feedback from schools, or maybe we have other people that are going to come up and talk that I can also ask that question, that the information has been particularly helpful for their school, and that within their school district they made significant changes or involved programs that actually were a result of some of the information from the survey? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Would you have any specifics on that?
I do not, but I just want to answer more on your first questions, how data has been used. So for example, like vaping data for youth, we also utilize in some legislative activities to provide this kind of report in order to support or to provide more detailed information on the legislative activities to make decisions.
Yes, we were able to use some data from the YRBS to better inform legislators on the effect of raising the tobacco purchasing age to 21, for example. We use that data in that instance, and use it a lot with our any legislation having to do with mental health disorders, and certainly substance abuse and prevention treatments that are necessary. I'm not sure if there is someone representing the schools here for your second question, so I can't answer that question specifically, but thank you for the question. And I do have my own point of my own to make. I don't know if the committee has any more questions before I get to that.
Yes, I have a question, and I think Representative Cordelli may have one too. I'm curious to know, so we have the results of the survey provided to the superintendent and to, I would hope, the school board as well, unless it's held by the superintendent, to be helpful within the district or school, as has been just mentioned to us. If it's not posted to the community, how is the community going to engage and be partners in addressing some of the information that's been identified on the survey without that being posted? And I have a second question, but maybe you can answer that first one first.
Yes, I can answer the first question. So other than the customized community level report, we also take data request to do the data analysis on the specific area, on the specific topics as well. So for communities who focused on maybe drug misuse, they are interested in certain questions in the certain areas. So in that way, we are able to customize as a table format or chart visualization format to provide this information for their own communities and with the questions that they are interested. We aggregate more than 3 or 4 schools together. We do not provide the individual schools statistic analysis to the data request. So it's always the area community aggregation report that we provide. So other than the other than the community level report that we provide directly to superintendents, we also provide a customized data analysis for the needed area as well.
So in a follow-up, if I, as an interested community member, have not been informed and unaware of the results of these surveys, then how can I then ask for information if I, regarding specific areas within that survey, if I don't know or seen the results of the survey? It seems to me that if we're going to have a community involved, that we need to involve the community and make people aware that there may be this particular element or issue within our community. And so I feel that we do this every year, and yet are we making progress? I don't know. I don't know, because I've never seen the data for my community.
Yeah,
So is that available? For example, if I, as chair of this committee, say, okay, I'd like to have the results for every community in the state submitted to this body, would that be available to us?
If you, well, first I would like to answer the first question is, our internal programs in the department as well as the external partners, they use our report, the statewide report as well as public health region report that we provided to the public health region areas. Those reports are weighted simple the result, so it doesn't have the specific school information. And for public health region network, they are able to utilize the report and then go to their own regions to do some prevention work. And the prevention work or the protection work, this is another part of the public health business, which I personally do not involve that much. But back to your question, Chairman, if you're requesting the report for the all the community level data, then the first thing that I will need to do is to contact all the superintendents to get their consent in order to release the data to this committee. However,
Are we talking, excuse me, are we talking aggregate data for that? If you have a district, let's say of 1,000 kids, so it's not going to be pointing to a specific child. It's not a small district with maybe 60 or 70 kids in it.
yes, but that is within one district. So generally, one district may have only one high school. And with that information, for school level or community level, it's not weighted. So we are not able to say this school is performing better or worse than the state. We will say that the number is higher or lower than state. For the request, like your example, we will provide the aggregate result in the public health region or close to public health region that can provide significance in the state, in the report analysis.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli and then Representative Cornell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking another question. I am very curious about the fact that it's up to the superintendent as to the release of the community information. I take it that that is a policy of the Department of Health and Human Services, and I was wondering, since it's not in statute, is that a rule that has been put forward by the department?
There is no written policy or rule in such a way that the community level report only released to superintendents. This is an agreement that when we encourage or recruit schools, a promise that we do not release the school data or community data to other people unless superintendents agree to release data to another party. So it's kind of like the agreement that we have, oral agreement, if I may say, with the superintendents when we encourage or recruit the schools to participate in the survey.
I would just think as a school board member, I'd be upset if the, not knowing that the data was available and the superintendent wasn't providing that information to us. Same way with maybe an alderman in Manchester, I'd be very concerned if it was up to the superintendent whether I saw that data or not.
Yes, so we give school, you know, the opportunity to perform the survey. We also give school superintendents specifically that the authority, if that's the correct word, whether the school should release data to the school board or not. I believe school board can request the survey result from superintendents.
Thank you.
Representative Cornell?
Thank you, and this is just information, but the Department of Education has all of this information on their website. The survey, the results, the survey questionnaire, the 10-year trend analysis, demographic data, results with graphs. All of that is on the Department of Education website. So it's there for anyone to find.
Okay, in follow-up to that information, a question, is that available on a community basis? That's what we're driving at. I don't want the aggregate for our state. I don't want the aggregate for the country. I'm interested in knowing what the aggregate is for a particular region or school district.
For particular school district, no, that data is not available publicly. For community, if the community level is public health region, which has 14 regions in New Hampshire, that data is available online.
I'd like to just follow up with, it's not available publicly. Is it available?
It is available for community level data or school district level data, yes. It is available per request, and we do have the data request process in order to review who can, you know, what the purpose of requesting the data. This kind of process that in place in our routine general data request process.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as a point, because teachable moment, I also looked up, but I looked up on the HHS website where the same information is available on the Department of Education site, and I looked up Greater Sullivan area, which is Sullivan County, the county I represent, which had all the information. They also have a North Country, which I assume is your area, or goes into your area. That's all available on Health and Human Services website and publicly available, just a cell phone away. Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to make this brief. Is the reason why the non-publicly available information is non-public to protect the privacy of the people who partook of the survey, or is there another reason?
The main reason is, yes, to protect the privacy for the individual school district. Another reason is we do not want to mislead the information or misguide the information, how the school report or community report should be used. Only if parents may say that school A is better than school B. We try not to create this kind of confusion among the community. Yeah.
Representative Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Do they ever ask students, say, when they're going out of high school, if they were honest when they gave the answer, say, in the 6th grade? Is there a follow-up where they, you know, in high school, they would probably be more honest to tell you, yeah, I was clowning around in the middle school or something. Is there ever a follow-up and that type of thing?
We do not follow up with students or the schools on how they do the survey or how students answer the survey. for YRBS New Hampshire currently only conduct high schools level, so which is grade 9 to 12. We do get requests for some middle school survey, but currently for New Hampshire, we are not conducting middle school survey. The follow-up work that we are doing is to talk to school administrators how we can improve the survey administration operation process in order to provide better communications for schools to be able to communicate with parents or with students, or to look into the questionnaire questions to assist the student to better understand the questions themselves or yourself.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Yes, Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So, in my own mind, to help me simplify things, every question that's on that youth survey can be found either on the DHHS website or the DOE website, and every parent has the option to opt out if they choose.
That is correct. So questionnaires, for 2021 YRBS survey, we have 106 questions. All the questions in the questionnaires can be found in DHHS website. We do have a link, and then we can provide, to the member of the committees, if you like. Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Cordelli, do you have a question?
Yes, one final process question, I guess. The survey questions, at what point do they go to the Department of Education for review and selection of questions?
Thank you for the question. So the YRBS is a joint effort between DHHS and Department of Education. So every time, first of all, YRBS is every other year. So we survey on the odd year. So last time we surveyed is in 2021. Next time the survey will be performed is in 2023. So every time when we prepare the questionnaires based on, we will receive the standard questions from question sets from CDC. Those are the suggested questions. For those questions, we try to keep the questions that are the same each survey year, so that we can have better understanding on the time trend whether the behavior is going up or going down or keep it the same. And then for the questions selection process, we will take the CDC questions as a question base, and then consult it with each program areas within public health, within DHHS, as well as with Department of Education. And I think there was a question about how questions are selected. We also received letters of support from the communities to advocate a type of question or topic to be included in the YRBS. And for that kind of advocate questions, we also take into account in the question selections. So for DOE, Department of Education, they will have the final review of all the questions that we are going to conduct in the next survey year for years.
Thank you. Are there further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Oh, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Again, Abby Rogers, Legislative Liaison. I just wanted to make a technical point for the committee. The department was asked to complete a fiscal note worksheet on this bill. I think it originally was HB 1639F, and we contacted the LBA because the fiscal note worksheet we completed was not attached to the bill, and I was told that the FN was removed. But we wanted to just let you know that in our completion of the fiscal analysis of the bill, that we would need a data analyst position if the survey were to become opt-in because of the needed data. We would have to do some additional work around data, and also that position would be someone that would communicate and help districts with questions related to the survey, as it would be an opt-in as opposed to an opt-out. So there would be a one full-time FTE position that we would need for that, and I just wanted to share that with the committee.
Did you do any kind of an estimate as far as what that would cost for that analysis, $115,000 a year?
I think it was about $112,000.
About 112?
Yes,
Okay.
we just wanted to make you aware.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Holly Stevens, NAMI, New Hampshire.
Sorry, I'm not Holly. She had to go to another hearing.
You didn't look like Holly, but that's fine.
And
Well-
I did fill out a pink card if you want from me. I'm Ken Norton.
Okay, Ken, I'll
represent-
just write your name on this one right then.
Yes,
for
that's
hers.
fine.
Okay.
Representing NAMI New Hampshire.
Yeah.
And we are the National Alliance on Mental Illness, a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization with a mission to improve the lives of all people impacted by mental illness and suicide. In the interest of time, you've heard a lot of testimony with a lot of people, previous speakers, much more knowledgeable than I am. I would just say specifically for suicide and mental health that NAMI New Hampshire does use YRBS data to identify or hear from school districts sometimes where YRBS data results are of concern to them and they're looking to us to help them provide suicide prevention and training. We also use it for grant purposes and it's very useful. We received a 5-year, we're designated by the state to apply for a 5-year youth suicide prevention grant, and those federal grants often are looking to YRBS data by comparison to other states in order to identify and ensure that funds go to states where the highest risk has been identified. And we also oppose the opt-in measure for reasons that have been previously stated. Happy to answer any questions people
Thank you
have.
very much, Ken. Are there any questions? Yes, go ahead.
We might have, first of all, thank you for taking the question, and we might have already covered this, but I wanted to be sure. So the survey is redone every 2 years. The same group of students, how often do they take it? Are they taking it annually or every 2 years or once in their high school career?
I believe it's every 2 years they take it.
So are we, may I ask a follow-up?
Go ahead.
Are we able to measure how effective this survey is? Because I'm hearing that the survey is valuable because we're able to get resources out there to these students. So I'm just wondering, are we comparing, let's say, the freshman class, their survey results to when they become juniors and have things improved?
I would defer to the public health folks to answer that question, but yes, I think some of what is available are trends and comparisons relative to the data that's been identified.
So there's solid metrics we can look at.
Yes.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Pamela Keelig and Joey Smith. New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Pamela Keilig, and I am the Public Policy Specialist at the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence, which is the umbrella organization for our 12 community-based crisis centers that provide free and confidential services to about 15,000 survivors of domestic and sexual violence each year. The coalition opposes HB 1639 because of the limitations it would put on data collection for the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. And I have with me today my colleague Joy Smith, who can speak and provide some educational background on the significance that this survey has to the work we do in our communities.
For the record, my name is Joy Smith, and I am the program director at the coalition, and I provide technical support to the prevention educators at our member programs. Crisis centers serve as critical lines of support and resources in their communities. So beyond providing crisis intervention services to victims of domestic and sexual violence, they also work to support schools in their communities through conducting trainings to faculty and staff, helping to respond to Title IX complaints and child abuse referrals, and anti-bullying efforts through primary prevention work. Prevention educators provide free prevention programming tailored to the specific needs of the youth and families in their communities. These programs focus on increasing the protective factors that prevent violence and reducing the risk factors that may increase the likelihood of violence occurring. Over the last 3 years, Prevention educators have conducted over 2,500 presentations to more than 33,000 adults and 44,000 youth. Those efforts would be significantly hampered without the accurate data to reflect the realities of the experience of young Granite Staters in the community. Over the last 3 years, the Crisis Center advocates have helped more than 4,500 children and youth victims of domestic and sexual violence. A major component of developing successful and effective evidence-based interventions is utilizing the data and information obtained through the Youth Risk Behaviors Survey, which directly informs the prevention programming at schools coordinated by your local crisis centers. It's through these surveys and data it's through these surveys and the data that they provide that we can better understand the prevalence of sexual abuse and violence and how programming can be tailored to the needs of students in schools. Without consistent data collection, we will be unable to gather accurate demographic information that is used to develop strategies to prevent abuse and harm in our communities. This is especially imperative when you consider the impact that the pandemic has had on domestic violence, sexual assault, and child abuse, and the ability of crisis centers to conduct prevention programming. Crisis Center advocates continue to report increased outreach from school districts and administrators. Schools are witnessing a significant increase in bullying incidents, severe mental health issues, and Title IX reports. And in response to that, the schools have requested more support from their local crisis centers to help intervene.
Yeah, so just in conclusion, before we begin to consider scaling back our efforts to administrate this survey, we really ask that we consider the full impact that changes to the data collected could have on this important and critical work that we do to try to prevent child abuse and support our schools in responding to these incidences. And so thank you so much, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Representative Hobbs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. I was wondering if you could explain to me how you decide what communities to help. What is the metric you use, and what is the process that you use?
Thank you for the question. So essentially, it's not necessarily determining who we should be providing support to. It's determining what kind of programming we should be bringing into the schools, depending on what kind of issues the students are experiencing. Obviously, it's also an opt-in for the schools to be bringing in the prevention coordinators from the crisis centers, but the programming that they develop is based off of the results of this data and what the demographics look like within those communities.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here and for your work. Since you develop programming for schools, I'm not sure what level YRBS data you are using to make those determinations. If it is regional data, as we've heard, such as the North Country, that's a pretty big chunk of the state, and how, with that level of data, do you come up with school-specific programs?
Thank you. That's a great question. So each of our crisis centers are based out of all of the different counties throughout the state. So the data that we are able to have access to through the DHHS website and the DOE websites gives us county-wide data. So we're able to glean from that information what is needed county-wide. And so each program, we have a couple programs that share counties depending on the areas, that they're able to utilize that data for those specific counties, which would be within their catchment areas.
Further questions? Do you feel it'd be advantageous to your organization if you were to receive data regarding these counties? For example, I live in a county where, Grafton, where the population exists in Hanover, Lebanon, Plymouth, maybe if you consider Littleton way up north, but that's really not that large. So my question then is, would you, do you perceive that data that you're getting back the same for the larger urban-oriented places as you do the smaller communities? How widespread are some of these issues, et cetera?
So I would say that it would be more effective for our prevention educators and our member programs to have more specific data broken down by town or by specific community, because it is a little challenging. Specifically for Grafton County, we have 3 member programs that serve Grafton County. And so it is really challenging because you have pockets of rural communities, and then you have, communities that are have larger populations. And so the needs are going to be different. But currently, we're only able to access the data on a county-wide basis.
Thank you very much. Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you.
Next person would be Sarah Scott, Americans for Prosperity, New Hampshire. Well, that's the next bill? That's okay, they both have 3s in it. Okay, and the last card I have then is Jemai Wilder. Yeah. Or is that Jamie or Jama?
It's Jama.
Jama, okay.
Good afternoon. My name's Jama Wilder, and I live in Hollis, New Hampshire. I came here today, and I wanted to support this bill because of my personal experience at the high school. When I first heard about the survey, it was when my daughter was calling me from the high school, so upset about what was being asked her. She told me that it went through the school like wildfire, and that it was all over social media, and that everyone in the school was talking about how upset they were. My son also took home, or tried to take home, the survey to show me because he was so disturbed about the questions. Our school never gave us the option to opt out or let us know that they were going to be giving the survey to the students. But they had been planning it for over a month, because I spoke with another teacher and they redid their whole calendar schedule so that there was 2 teachers in each classroom giving the survey. The teacher I spoke to said that she felt so uncomfortable with it that she didn't go to school that day. I'm not sure if any of you have read any of the questions, so I've picked and highlighted a few that really concern me. The reason I'm reading them to you is because so far, all I've heard for testimony today is people talking about grants, looking for money to fund programs that they want. And I'm coming to you today to say this is not good for our students, for the children, and it's leaving them with a lot of questions and no one to follow up with it. There's a whole section that talks about suicide. It says the next 6 questions ask about feeling sad and attempted suicide. Sometimes people feel so depressed about the future that they may consider attempting suicide. That is, taking some action to end their own life. During the past 12 months, did you ever feel so sad or hopeless almost every day for 2 weeks or more in a row that you stopped doing some usual activities? During the last 12 months, did you ever seriously consider attempting suicide? During the last 12 months, did you ever make a plan about how you would attempt suicide? During the last 12 months, how many times did you actually attempt suicide? When you feel sad, empty, hopeless, angry, or anxious, how often do you get the kind of help you need? Those questions alone for someone that's struggling with depression and leaving them with no one to follow up has now planted seeds in their mind with no one to talk to. All they're going to do is play those ideas over and over in their head. This is like a playbook for how to do bad things. I learned more about vaping, the names of specific drugs, every street name that you could learn, that I've never even heard of before I read this survey. If a child is struggling with the idea of body image, whether it's anorexia, bulimia, body dysphoria, They are reading this survey asking questions about how do you describe your weight? Very underweight, slightly underweight, about the right weight, slightly overweight, very overweight. Which of the following are you trying to do about your weight? Lose weight, gain weight, stay the same weight? I'm not trying to do anything about my weight. They also ask questions like this. During your life, with whom have you had sexual contact? I've never had sexual contact. Females, males, males, and females. Which of the best describes you? Heterosexual, straight, gay or lesbian, bisexual. I describe my sexual identity some other way. I'm not sure about my sexual identity. Questioning. I do not know what this question is asking. It also, for young boys that are curious about sex, asks about pornography, but it doesn't just ask if they're looking at it, it tells them where they can look at it. Have you ever seen pornography, also called porn, either on purpose or by accident? Count any porn that you saw, including pictures or on TV, phones, computers, or iPads, or other tablets, in books, magazines, or movie theaters. I have heard a lot of testimony today talking about how people are getting good information from this. But my son went in, and he said that he was a 200-pound black male, or black female, and said that most of the kids in his class did the same thing. He said that they made jokes of it and they didn't take it seriously. Every testimony I've heard has said that these children are answering these questions correctly. When you're asking about child abuse or if they've been sexually abused and you're expecting someone to be honest with you and not even being able to connect, I feel like these things are completely ridiculous, that you would believe that a teenage child, anywhere from the ages of 12 or 13, if they're starting it in junior high, to 18, are going to be honest on a survey because they like their teacher. A week after this survey was given, a boy in our community committed suicide. I started to do some research, and the teen screen that was enacted after George W. Bush was in office in 2003 started asking these kids questions. What they found through their research is that the anxiety and the depression and the suicide rates were going up. I had to do training on suicide awareness to volunteer in my school, and in that survey, or in the education, it referenced the CDC survey, and that there was an increase significantly rate of suicides over the years. It also said since this survey's come out, they saw something they'd never seen before in 2017 to 18 in Jordan District, Utah, where there were 7 suicides. They started seeing cluster suicides. It not only talks about drinking, drugs, vaping, sex, abuse, how often, body weight, and suicide, but this is damaging questions for our children to be asked, especially in light of the pandemic. They don't know who to turn to. The schools have put them on lockdowns, and they don't have people to turn to. And by giving them information that they don't know how to process, you're hurting them. And as a parent, I should have had the right to opt out, but I didn't. Instead, the school destroyed the surveys and notified the parents that they had made a mistake, but they broke the law, and they never emailed the survey to the parents. So all of the other parents that didn't do their due diligence to look up this survey now have no idea what their kids might have been exposed to. So I'm asking you to think about the students and what the parents think is best for their children. Because I can guarantee you that most parents would not feel comfortable with someone, a school administrator or teacher, asking them these questions and not following it up. And there were some kids at the school that actually put their name on the survey because they didn't realize that it wasn't a test. You have no control over how it is given. In Bedford, a father was very upset, and he went to the school And he told them that he wanted them to find his student's survey and destroy it. And the school found it and destroyed it. You can't sit here, everyone that just testified, and tell me they don't know who these kids are, because if they answer the questions correctly, they know. The first several questions of the survey paint a clear picture. I think I read within 3 questions they could determine the student. So I'm asking that you pass this and protect the parents' rights and protect our children. And I would also recommend that each one of you reads through the 106 questions on the survey and think about how you would feel if that was given to your child. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody from the committee who would like to ask a question? Yes, Representative Nelson.
Thank you. I'm not sure you could answer this, but do you have any idea how special needs students were administered that? Somebody that's difficulty reading, would a teacher ever read them the questions, or do you have any idea?
My understanding is that they brought 2 of the CAV blocks together in Hollis, and they had 2 teachers there, and one of them administered it. If they had a para, I don't know, because I don't think that my children have any special needs children in their CAV blocks, because I think that CAV blocks use as a time where people can meet with other teachers for extra help.
Are there further questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Do we have any more cards, or is that it? Is there anybody else out there with a pink card? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. We'll close this hearing. Holy moly. We're going to take a 5-minute break so folks can get up and stretch those legs, do a little physical exercise, bend, stretch. That's going to be your response. I agree with you. I'll even help pay for it. Get the coffee. We do have a machine, that's correct. It's one of them with little cups in it. I don't know, I wouldn't trust the water in the machine, though. It's probably over a year old.
They're from last spring.
That'll get you awake if it does anything. We used to have a sunshine fund, whatever you want to call it, and then everybody put it in. Came out and got coffee, and that was, I know you're not supposed to drink coffee in these rooms, but holy moly. That's
Is that everybody? Most everybody. With that, I think we will open our final hearing of the day, which is House Bill 1329, relative to alternative programs for credit leading to high school graduation. And our first speaker is the sponsor, Representative Ladd.
Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli and members of the Education Committee. For the record, my name is Rick Ladd. I'm a representative from Haverhill, New Hampshire, and I'm here today to introduce 1329 for the second time. The bill is relative to programs for credit leading to high school graduation and allows it to also be done beyond where we do it now with the high schools, but would pursuant to the State Board of Education adopting rules which will enable that board to also recognize that a course taken is going to give you credit for graduation. This bill, as you see it right here, is the exact wording that was in 242, HB 242. We've discussed it before many a time, so I'm not going to take the time to go in it and over it and over and over again. I think it reads pretty simply that if a student has taken a course in an alternative learning program, that credit, if not awarded by the high school itself or the district, can be, if it's in accordance with the rules and if that program was accepted and approved by the state board and meets the competencies as established within the high school course, then they will get credit for that course. I want to also make a note that you have another bill in front of you today, not today, but in your bills for this month, HB 1661. That's a bill, Regional Career Technical Education Agreements. Now, if you look at that bill, you're also going to see very similar wording in it. The Career Technical Education Committee that we have studying tuition and transportation, also the Advisory Council, has looked at that bill, so I won't go into it because we haven't introduced it yet. But there's language within it that reads, a student completing an embedded career technical education course who demonstrates proficiency in the embedded course competencies as approved by the sending district board under terms of the RCTEA agreement, and you'll get that later, or by the State Board of Education shall have such credits counted toward the required program area for a high school degree or diploma. We've had direct communication from directors of these CTE centers, and doesn't have to just be a CTE center. We've also had the communication from others regarding transfer of credit to that's been previously obtained elsewhere, be it in a school which is an approved school, be it a school that's accredited with the same association we accredit our schools. But we know that in regard to the CTE program, which is very similar to this concept and this whole idea of the state board getting engaged, there are some sending districts, even though the competencies that are taught in that chemistry class back in the sending district are taught in a part of the programming at the CTE center, the student must take the required course at the sending school. This has resulted in many students that are going from sending schools to career tech centers not able to go, seeing they have to stay back to take that one course that they need for graduation, rather than getting involved with a skill-oriented program at the CTE centers. This particular concept has been discussed over and over and over again at various meetings we've had throughout the last spring, summer, fall, with directors, with CTE people, and they're all agreement. We've got to get on the same page here, and we need to get our 10th, 11th, and 12th grade kids engaged in learning at these centers. We have far too few kids in the program right now compared to other states like Delaware, where they have over 50% of their high school students have taken at least one CTE program. In our state, it's 17%. Same amount of kids in Delaware as there are here in New Hampshire. We have a problem. The majority of kids taking courses at the CTE centers are 70% in that school itself, like a Kennett, which has the CTE right there in its school, which is a great program. Or in any of the other schools where they're embedded, like Concord High. However, if you look at those sending districts, that's where the percentages start really significantly dropping off in participation, transportation, et cetera. And also some are being held back by people who are saying, no, you will take it in my course at the sending school. You will not get it embedded in. So that's the same concern that we have within the bill we're talking about right here, that there is a need, especially during this period of COVID, where we're having to look at so many different options now, where we've had schools legitimately not in session at the school. We've had to Zoom, we've had to do this or that, and I understand all that. However, we are seeing significant drops in the achievement of kids. We've seen it, it's documented in mathematics. We've gone from the 48th percentile level of proficiency level to 38% proficiency in public education in mathematics. We have a long ways to go. That's we're going to have to start relying upon these other options, as well as offering tutorial services, remediation in our public schools to help kids out. We need to have this alternative program of learning. These programs are approved by the department, and therefore they do meet the competencies. So in conclusion, I would like to see this bill go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for letting me ask my question, and thank you, Representative. I was not part of all those other conversations as I'm new on the committee. And as I'm understanding this bill, not the one about the CTEs, that the State Department of Education can override the local school board, that the decision of what counts for graduation in a local district is no longer what the school board says it is. The school board has now given that over to the State Board of Education. Am I understanding this right?
The state board is not
I want to tell you a story that happened in Hillsborough, just a brief story.
Yeah.
A young girl decided she didn't want to go to Hillsborough anymore, got involved in a program in Concord. She was a senior. She finished up the year in the Concord program and wanted to come back and graduate in Hillsborough with her old grade mates. And there was a big concern at that time and a lot of public unhappiness because the public said she had not met the requirements that Hillsborough had for its students to graduate. She had met requirements from a different place, and therefore she had was not eligible to receive a diploma from Hillsborough during high school. So that's an actual thing that happened in my community a few years ago, and I'm seeing with this something similar. All of a sudden, the state board is saying that Sally Jones can take this in another town and come back and still graduate with her class, even though it doesn't meet the requirements that Hillsborough has set. So that's why I'm concerned about this bill, and that's why I asked the question.
The question should be answered, has Sally Jones mastered the competencies relative to that particular course that she's not getting credit for or having to take again? We have forgotten that when we made a move to go forward, when Commissioner Berry was here, the idea of instruction is based upon competencies. It's not seat time. It's not where you're taking this class or program. It's what you have gained or learned. It's whether you have attained that learning target. If you've attained that learning target, if you can demonstrate that you have those competencies, then I would say the student absolutely deserves to have that count towards graduation and move on, rather than getting taught in this old regiment that we have, that you're going to have to do everything lock, stock, barrel in this school in step with every other student. That's not the way how life is, and it shouldn't be in our schools.
Thank you. Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I recently asked Attorney Fenton, and I think she's in the process of doing that, sending me the the rules from the Department of Education about how they vet, how they get the valid completion certificate from the State Board of Education for alternative programs. And I'm wondering how they determine, the State Board of Education, which I may find out, but maybe you know, how they decide whether it's a quarter credit, half credit, full credit, 2 credits, whether it's a whole year in school. I recently talked to a superintendent in my area, just to give you a little anecdotal thing, and somebody showed up at the high school door, a parent with their child, who said that their child belonged in the junior year of school. And they asked for, you know, some sort of transcript. Where's the transcript? Where's some level of what this child had completed? And the parent merely turned over a handwritten sheet of paper and said, they've done math, they've done English, they've done whatever, and you have to accept this. And, you know, I think there's 2 sides to the story. I thoroughly agree that people need to be outside the school system doors, outside the school doors, taking classes, having experiences, getting credit for it, and getting that through competencies. And I think the schools normally write up the competencies that the students pass or achieve and get a certain amount of credit for it. I'm just wondering how credit is determined at the state level for, you know, what they're completing. For example, can a kid get a job at Hannaford's, be a checkout clerk, you know, learn how to do money, maybe learn how to do stocking shelves and stuff like that, and get a basic math credit for it?
Well, that's why we have Education 306, Standards for Public School Approval, minimum standards for public school approval. And within that, if you look at the book, you're going to see that how many credits are awarded for various types of courses. That's all within 306.
That's not in this book that we have, right?
No, you're looking at the statutes. 306 are rules.
Okay, that's,
And so then you better get your rules out. And
So
if you don't
where's
have
that?
copies, we need to be asking the department to get us copies, because my last set of rules were basically right around 2015, 16, somewhere in
Okay.
there.
Thank you.
Probably 2014, 15. And, but I think that we're in a moment in our experience of education here, a time when we have to get rid of the walls. It's also, I have a meeting coming up in 2 days at Plymouth State University, working with President Don Burks, and he's now stated, if you come out of that school with an associate degree and you go to Plymouth State, out of White Mountain Community College, and you go to Plymouth State, you will come in as a junior. That's very important. Now, it's not going to be questioning what you had previously. It's automatically going to be approved. You are a junior. I think that when we come in from another place where you're either coming from a school that's accredited through the New England Association or NECHI, and you and definitely you're coming from an approved program of our states that our state board has approved. That's the key right there. Then the credits awarded would be in conjunction with 306 and working with that district and finding, okay, are you giving a half credit for this, a full credit, quarter credit, as you've mentioned. That has to be discerned, and it should be understood. What they receive in that school district should be what they receive elsewhere for it, I believe. But I'm not the person making that decision. I'm just echoing what I understand to be in rule right now and done by the board, state board.
Hopefully I'll get the rules.
Thank you. The rules are all on the DOE website also. Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I should know the answer to this, but what is your take on the process that the department now uses to approve alternative programs? Is that laid out in the rules at this point? I mean, can we figure that one out as to you do this, you apply, you know, there's a group that passes judgment on these programs and says yes to this one, no to that one, or,
Well, Representative Ellison, I don't think I'm the person to give you the answer in that. I think you're going to have to, and it's a good question. I'm not familiar with the process that they go through with. It might be something to be asking directly of the department through folks that are here maybe, or through directly to Drew Klein, who chairs the state board.
okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
If I could just interject, I've talked for several years about the Civil Air Patrol as being a prime candidate for Learn Everywhere. And unfortunately, I was not able to move that forward. I turned it over to the cadet of the major in charge of the legislative squadron, who is moving that forward. And I sent to him there's a complicated application. You have to supply the curriculum, basically, that's involved. And so they are now moving forward with having Civil Air Patrol programs accredited through the Learn Everywhere process for Civil Air Patrol cadets to gain credits.
Could I ask you a question? Well,
Sure.
I just,
I can't see you, Art. So
oh, no, I'm sorry. This relates to Representative Cordelli's point. I'm assuming there's a process then, there's a format, they fill it out. I'm assuming there's a list of approved programs somewhere that the department published. Either the Air Cadets are on it or they're not, but that there's a list of approved alternative programs. But that may be another assumption I'm making that's not true.
I believe there is a list on the department website. For any further questions for the representative, Representative Ford?
Are you familiar with the process by which colleges and universities use a firm in Boston for testing competency in foreign languages so that a student who, whether a refugee or just someone from one of the United States, is able to speak a language and can get tested as to level of credit, and then that school then gives them that credit, puts it on their transcript, and if they transfer somewhere else, it transfers with them.
I'm familiar with some oversight organizations which deal with concurrent and dual enrollment. We've dealt with that, and there are certain standards which, but I'm unfamiliar with what you're speaking of. I've had classes in Spanish and Latin, Vietnamese. I wish there was something that you're suggesting because I can't speak a word in any of them. So it was actually, you know, something which was really not benefiting me. Well, Vietnamese did. I still have a lot of Vietnamese, but that's it.
Excuse me, Representative, if I could ask you to turn your mic on, thank you.
Thank you. I keep forgetting that thing. It is a process that many universities use. It allows them not to have to offer courses in, say, Swahili, which they would have a limited enrollment in and wouldn't be viable economically. But the person can then establish through their competence in the language and level of competence, and therefore they can be awarded credit. And these it's a very valid process in
The only thing I've touched with that as a father, when my daughter, who's now the speech therapist audiologist, was in high school, and the literature that she needed wasn't being taught there in Alaska, and she took a course through the University of Kansas for high school kids, which was immediately accepted. But that's a little bit different what you're talking about.
It's different, but it's still competency-based.
Yes, it was.
And
It
when
was.
the assessment is made, it's made on the basis of competence, not
And
on
it was also,
instruction.
when she was admitted into Elmira, she was given a competency test to find out where she would be placed within that program, and she did quite well with that. So competency's been around a long time, and that's the way we should be measuring the competencies, whether they get credit for a course or not.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I totally agree with you about the CTE competencies. I'm on that CTE
I-
Advisory Council.
thank you for that.
And Manchester School of Technology is all competency-based, so it works. But last year, when we were discussing high schools not accepting VLAX, I called VLAX, and they said the only time they ever had a problem was when the parent or student wanted the high school to accept an outside course for a required course, and it was an elective. So you're saying maybe granted for coursework, shall accept credits for high school graduation, but what if they're wanting it to go toward a requirement for graduation, but the outside coursework really wasn't?
Thank you very much, Representative Cornell. You've hit why we are putting the language in the CTE, because it's usually in your freshman year, sophomore year, you're still taking some of those required courses. And that type of course is preventing a student, because now we've lowered the level for CTEs to 10th grade, from going in their 10th grade and getting involved with the program that they really should be there, and they could get the competency for that requirement. So in that case, the competencies acquired at the CTE will not come back and count as an elective. They will count as that required course that they were able to take over there. This is the way I see this program as well.
But I'm not concerned about the CTEs, because I know that they're being done in school, but I'm saying an outside Learn Everywhere course that's been approved, that could be skiing, that they want to bring back to the school and have it count as their science class because they were outside and getting
That would not occur in this program, right? Because you can't just go off and take a course in something just to have a course. It's not like recertification, where you take up to your 5 or 6 credits, whatever you have to, and it can be anything in your field, and that's a wide open game. This is not wide open. If you look at Education 306, it's going to specifically state the subject area, the subject learning domains that these credits are offered in.
So
The course
local-
taker.
Follow-up?
Yes.
Yeah. The local school district can say no then to that. If they
I
want.
would imagine they could say no if the student through the state board is trying to carry in a course which is on basket weaving, and they need this in literature.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further? Yes, I guess there are. Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You referenced, Representative, the example of a student taking a college class at the University of Kansas or whatever and transferring it in. Generally speaking, in college situations, there's a limit to the amount of credits that one university will allow transferred in from another university. Is there anything in this bill that would somehow temper whether or not somebody took every course but one in an alternative program and then came in and wanted it applied towards a local high school diploma?
I don't think there's anything to temper that. I can't imagine somebody doing that, but that's possible. And by the way, the course which we took at the University of Kansas, it was not a college. They had a correspondence school attached to the university. So they were offering high school level courses through that university in Kansas. That was done in Alaska oftentimes, seeing that you're often in a small community where you didn't have these offerings. And so they went on a correspondence type study. And that's how they did it there. Those are automatically accepted.
Could I have a follow-up, Representative?
You may.
Thank you. So here's my question. I personally, as a representative, have had feedback from local folk who are not happy with what they're describing as local control, which is a big deal in the state of New Hampshire, as you well know, being taken away with regards to our high school and school board working to determine blah, 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 how, what should be part of the diploma situation. So my question to you is, do you not get any of that feedback? And if you do, how do you, How do you manage it?
Representative Mullen, I've not had that feedback. The folks I've talked to primarily are ones where the student has come in from another location, the school would not accept that course, and they were out of step, out of sync with the rest of the students at that grade level they're in, and they took this course and it counted towards the credit that they evidently were not giving credit for. I'm not familiar with I'm not getting that type of feedback from community where I am. Of course, we're north of Concord.
Representative Tanner.
I know, I draw the line right across the state.
So I'm
There's
west.
2 states in this state.
I'm west of Concord, okay? Just following up on what Representative Ford said about people, having the ability to do something like speak Swahili, or they're coming from another place, and they have the competency, but the local university or local school that accepts that person actually tests them to see what grade they belong in, or ask them to show their competency so that they can meet the standards of that particular school. I'm just, that's kind of where I'm coming from, and I'm not sure. Do you think that happens, that if the state of New Hampshire, the Department of Education says, Johnny Jones completed this course, give him 1 credit in English, and the local school district says, this is what we do in that particular English class, these are the competencies that we've set up for that required course, are you willing to demonstrate that competency here? We'll give you credit for it.
I just can respond to that. I would think that there should be communication between the department that does that and the school district. They can discuss this. There might be some other issues that are not coming to the surface. That's why in the other program I spoke to, we call it the RCTEA, there are regional agreements. And the agreements are between the sending and receiving schools. Some of those schools, we have 9 or so sending schools to one center, and that creates some real huge problems in terms of scheduling for kids, as well as getting the required courses necessary for graduation.
Yeah.
And we're learning that we have to communicate and work together on so many issues,
And
including aligning our curriculum as
And
well.
I realize that with the career and technical education, and I totally agree that I know that the schools are working together, just like Representative Cornell said. What I'm concerned about is the alternative credits where someone decides that, like I said, they're going to mow the lawn for grandma for a month, and that should be their PE credit. And they bring it to the school, and the school says, well, this is our requirement. Maybe it's a fitness course or something that they have to do. And should the high school have that ability in order to give them graduation credits or determine what level they're in, whether they're in grade 10 or 11 English? Should they have that ability to ask the student to show competency to them?
I think that would be something that the department would have to find out and determine, that we have academic standards which are set by the state. Then we have competencies which are relative to what's going on in your curriculum in your district. There has to be some kind of a relationship there, or else competencies to measure those academic standards which we're leaping towards. And so this will work. We got to communicate and talk with each other and offer students this opportunity to move forward in a way that not just always best fits them, but helps them with their scheduling and achieving that goal as quickly as possible so they can move on in higher education.
Thank you. Any further questions for, yes, Representative Ford, if you could first press the button and turn on your mic.
I just
and then-
turned it off.
And then, right, exactly. Thank you. You've got the routine now.
Yeah, don't be so sure. You may have to ask me again. Representative Ladd, I'm wondering if you're familiar with the practice of many universities when presented with courses for transfer, and it's in a field, we'll just say English, because that's my field, and the course doesn't exactly match, to address my colleague's concern, just asked. But it meets the criteria for transfer, so that the university can opt to give them credit in that discipline, but not necessarily in fulfillment of that requirement. And that's something not uncommonly happens, particularly if there's several courses involved or different things. You may satisfy some competencies and not. I just wondered whether you were familiar with how
Well,
that
I
process.
can remember as a young officer in the service how we worked with the Maryland University.
Yes.
They were one of the first ones to start going in this direction. And there are articulation agreements too between the military and the university, so that we could get credit for, all that PT, physical work we're going through and running around the track and all this other. And I think that proved to be very beneficial and helpful, that those agreements were in place, and it saved a great deal of money for myself. But I think they work.
I agree, they did. I
Yeah.
would participate in some of that.
Yeah, the articulation agreements between the levels is very important.
Thank you. Representative Ford, you got half the process down. All right. Okay. Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you,
Thank
Chairman Ladd. Next is Sarah Scott.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Sarah Scott, and I'm the Director of Grassroots Operations with Americans for Prosperity, New Hampshire. And on behalf of AFP New Hampshire and our activists all across the state, we urge you to support House Bill 1329, which would solidify alternative learning programs, and specifically the Learn Everywhere program, into statute. So back in 2018, the legislature passed legislation enabling the Learn Everywhere program, which gives students credit for the learning that's already taking place outside of the classroom. And this legislation allowed the New Hampshire Department of Education to then go and develop a program that has really been at the forefront of innovation among other states. So since the launch of the Learn Everywhere program back at the end of 2020, we've had at least a dozen programs that have been approved for credit, and this has given thousands of New Hampshire students access to high school credit for the learning that they're already participating in. So this includes organizations such as First Robotics, the Seacoast Science Center, and the Boys and Girls Club of Sauhegan Valley. So students participating in these programs will now have time to explore new subject areas or get extra help where they might be struggling. So this legislation would solidify programs like Learn Everywhere and ensure that these students continue to receive credit for the learning that's already taking place. So it's for these reasons that we ask that you recommend this legislation as ought to pass and continue to allow New Hampshire high school students to earn credit for the learning that takes place both in and outside of the classroom. So I wanted to kind of cover a couple of the questions that representatives asked earlier. So I'm forgetting a lot of them, but I know Representative Tanner asked one about credits, and I wanted to speak specifically about the Learn Everywhere program, how credits are determined there. So if a program would like to be approved by, as a Learn Everywhere provider, they go through and submit an application to the State Board of Education, and part of that application process includes competencies. And right now, the local public schools determine credits based on competencies, and the Learn Everywhere programs do the same. So if a course was submitted an application that had 2 competencies, for example, it wouldn't count as a full year of learning because that's not what's counted at a local public school. So they line up the competencies, number of competencies based on the credit hours for that. And these are things that go through a process of not just laying out the competencies, but explaining how their programs match up to that, and then going through and asking how you evaluate students' progress on it, and then how you determine when mastery is met. So these programs go through a pretty substantial application process. They're reviewed by the department, and then teachers as well, and then they go before the State Board of Education. I know there were other questions, but I couldn't remember them, so I'm happy to take any other questions.
Thank you. Representative Porter.
Thank you. At any point in that process, do local school boards get to approve these programs?
So I would say this is about the same as if a student took a VLAX course. So right now, students that take VLAX courses go in and they're approved at the local public school. This is the same exact process. The majority of Learn Everywhere programs actually base their competencies off of the VLAX competencies, so they're already approved, and it's the same coursework then going into the local schools.
Who approved?
Follow up?
Yeah, who approved the VLAX?
I believe it's approved at the state level, but it's something that's currently accepted and widely accepted throughout the public schools here.
Do all public schools accept it?
Yes.
Thank you. Any further questions? Actually, I have one, maybe if I could jump in. Thank you, Representative. Since AFP is a national organization, do you have any idea, is this Learn Everywhere program unique to New Hampshire?
Thank you for the question. So New Hampshire was the first state to come up with the Learn Everywhere program, but since then it's been passed in a number of different states. I know it's in probably at least 3 or 4 right now, and other states are looking to pass the same legislation this year, largely brought on by the pandemic, and they've found that kids that were staying home over the course of the last year have found a number of different alternative programs that they've been participating in, and so now they're trying to go back and figure out how kids can get credit for that in these states, and what they've kind of looked for to model based off of this is the Learn Everywhere program.
Thank you. Representative Mullen.
You have a good memory, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking my question, Ms. Scott. Back to your comments about not offering full credit if something met 2 competencies, but that didn't seem to equate to a full semester of study or whatever. Is that how places like the Boys and Girls Club or whatever qualify as Learn Everywhere programs? Would they award a competency in, let's say, physical fitness or PE or whatever, but not in a subject matter?
Thank you for the question. So essentially how it works now is programs apply to the program not just as a provider, but they apply for a specific program. So the Boys and Girls Clubs specifically applied for a theater credit. So they went through and found the competencies that they looked at VLAX and other public schools and what they would have gone through for competencies, and then essentially picked which ones they followed and said, this is how we can explain it, and then they matched up what their program does and how it aligns to those competencies in order to show the credit for it.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, what is the involvement in the Americans for Prosperity with the Learn Everywhere program?
Thank you for the question. So we're just advocating that people are able to participate in it. This is one of many programs that we kind of, I would say, educate people on. We've also done it on any number of other learning options, whether it be charter schools, public schools, home schools, micro schools, anything like that that gives kids more options. Always something that we're going out and talking to parents about. And I have also spoken with a number of different organizations about applying for it. Pretty much all of the currently approved programs are things that various people have suggested and brought in. So one of the programs that was approved was a karate school. I've done karate for a number of years, and I ran a school by myself, so I thought this was a really good program for those schools to get in. So it's kind of just like that, where people from across the state have suggested various programs and encouraged them to apply.
You may.
Thank you. As a follow-up, is there any financial involvement other than perhaps hiring you as a lobbyist? Is that the only financial involvement you have with the Learn Everywhere program?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Ms. Scott? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I believe that is the last person to testify on this bill. and for the day. So I will close the hearing on House Bill 1329 and thank everyone for the long day, and we look forward to another one tomorrow.